All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can somebody confirm that you can hear me? Somebody please unmute yourself and confirm that you can hear me, please. Good morning.
We can hear you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, once again, I want to say welcome, everyone. Thank you very much for making it on time to be available for this session. I remain yours, Gideon Lubele is my name, and I'm sure we have not yet come down from what happened yesterday. It was a splendid arrangement and it was well and properly delivered that we couldn't end without talking seriously about the presentation. All right, good. Once again, we're going to be having another session good this morning on a quick note. And I want to appeal to us, as I did yesterday, to please maintain your microphone muted and your videos also stopped if in case you have to move away from a convenient place or you have to move away to have your convenience or somewhere that we don't have to be a part of. So please, you have to stop the video. Or where there is noise, you have to please mute your mic. Just keep your mic muted until and unless you are asked to speak. Then you can put your mics on. You can unmute it and speak. Otherwise, if you have anything to say, you are free to type in the chat box or raise your digital hand. The facilitator can call your attention. And if not, I'd rather you just type it in the chat box. We will see it and we'll respond to it accordingly. All right. I would also like to acknowledge those of us on the YouTube channel, on the Institute's YouTube channel. I want to say thank you for being a part of this. We know, unfortunately, I couldn't mention yesterday. Somehow it escaped my mind. Apologies for that. And that's why I'm doing it first thing this morning to appreciate you. And for everyone, please, I have this to say also that in case you have a challenge with the audio, just check while you're coming in, make sure you click on the Wi-Fi or cellular data so that you can be sure that that is on. Then if you have that challenge of tripping in and out of volume, you can log out and come in again and do the same thing. So that, or you either stay on Zoom or you go to YouTube so that you don't miss anything. All right. Then I'd like to also say that whatever presentation throughout this workshop, you are going to have them you are going to have them on your you are going to have them on your mails rather. You're going to have it in your mails so that you can be a part of that. Okay. All right. Permit me to say, please, I want to be sure that somebody is hearing me. Can somebody say yes, please? Let me just hear yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Somebody is tampering with the page. Please, you are drawing. You are drawing. Check. Somebody, I'm trying to know who the person is. Please check. If you are the one, please correct it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. So on this call, let me quickly say also on this call, we're just growing. We are almost 200 now, about 180 something. It's growing. Yesterday we had almost about 280 something or so, over almost 300. Now that's on the Zoom, and I'm sure the same number around that same number on the YouTube. This time around we're already approaching 200. I pray they will join us quickly so that they can be a part of this move this morning. All right. On this note, without taking time, I would like to save the time by introducing to us our facilitator for today. Our facilitator for today. All right. Okay. Today we'll be having our speaker that will be taking another wonderful topic, I'll leave that to him. Mr. Larry Oyegbola is his name. He has over 20 years multidisciplinary brand management experience, covering strategy, media activation, public relations, stakeholders management, and events. He's skilled in arts and science of communication in an efficient and effective way. He's an expert in managing key accounts and business development, consummate marketer, passionate with building sustainable growth and long-lasting relationships. I'd like us to also know that he has successfully helped these brands gain the requisite brand visibility, translating same into advantage and business growth. All right. For today, this session, permit me, without taking time, to welcome you to another beautiful session with Mr. Larry Oyegbola. Mr. Larry, good morning, sir.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, sir. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Good morning. Thank you very much. It's good to be here. Thanks for this opportunity.
Please go ahead, sir. Have your session.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll try as much as I can to make this as interactive as possible. I'll try to make it as engaging as it can be. Technology permitting, sometimes you probably will struggle a bit with technology, but I believe that I just want to uh, um, kind of assure us that I'm sure that it's going to be a time that will be engaging and stimulating at the same time. So
So Larry, sorry
let
to
me
cut in.
start.
You are permitted to open your video, sir. I don't know if
Okay,
you
I'll
don't
be doing
mind.
that in a bit.
Your
I'm
slide.
also, yeah, I'll be doing that in a bit. I'm also trying to ensure
Okay,
that
all right. No problem.
I know the issue about data in this part of the world. So if the transmission starts to lag, I will be quick to take out the video if it does begins to lag. But then for a moment, I will put up the video. I hope it's visible now.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. And I will also try to share my slide in a moment. But let me begin by saying thank you for the kind invitation to share and interact with, I believe, other professionals in these in the HR space and professionals in you know um, in the space of leadership and in business. Um, I've been asked to speak at this workshop, and I'm hoping that I would be able to share some bit of my own personal experience and also draw from literature in terms of established knowledge a priori, in terms of the insights that we can gain from, you know, that we can possibly gain from other established thoughts in the as regards the issue of human resource and also particularly uh, um, about HR and leadership essentially. So I will, in a moment, I will share my screen, and then I would like that if we have comments, we can drop them in the chat to help me to be able to address them appropriately without missing out on any. This can go on while we continue, and I will keep a tab on them, and then I'll be able to respond to them at the appropriate time. Similarly, if anyone therefore wants to also Um, if anyone wants to ask any question or make clarifications, I will appreciate if we can do it through the chat. The reason is that I will try to make sure that I will do the first part of my conversation presentation within a space of 30 to 40 minutes. And then I would come back to also have interactions, which should be more like a feedback session. That session will then be that we are able to exchange ideas and then take feedbacks and make clarifications where it might be necessary. Okay. So the topic before us today, I will share my screen now. Please confirm if you can see my screen. You can just raise your thumb, um, or just let me know in the chat box if you can see uh, my screen, right? Just a moment, and I will be sharing my screen in a bit now. Then kindly just confirm that you can see my screen once you are able to see it. Okay, can you see my screen now? Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ahmed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, John. Thank you, Ajayi. All right. So now that I'm sure that we can all see my screen, I'm going to start off by saying that this topic is as HR professionals. My name is Larry Egbola, as I've been rightly introduced. Um, I've had a bit of experience in leading and managing people, working essentially in the space of marketing and marketing communications for about 20 plus years. So, to some extent, I've had to be a leader of men, and then also can speak to how being positive can impact on what we do as leaders, also from the perspective of HR professionals. The first thing I like to say is that every time you intend to talk about being positive about anything, has to do with having to interrogate your current state of mind, and to be able to then challenge in terms of where your mind is and what results are you trying to achieve. So if there's anything at all that stems to you trying to achieve a new result, it means that you then have to say that it has to be that you have to have a new mindset. A new mindset will be necessary to have new results. So you can't have. Are you still seeing my screen? Please just confirm to me that you're seeing the screen. I just did. I did. Okay. So a new mindset is necessary to also have new results. So why would anybody want to have a positive mindset? Is because you're seeking results, right? Um, Essentially, business is about results. The reason why we got up every morning, why we are trying to get ourselves equipped, is because there is a certain level of demand for performance. All right. If there is no performance, then I mean, nobody then needs to worry. Nobody needs to bother about what we do on a day-to-day basis. But because there is some level of performance that is required, it becomes of necessity. It's then of necessary that we then ensure that we keep challenging ourselves such that we can continuously produce the kind of expected results, right? And being HR or leaders, you know that there's a way we measure. So there is what you call expectation, and there is what we call the actual. So when there is a gap between what we expect and what the person delivers or what we deliver as a team, the gap there is what we try to interrogate to ensure that the more you reduce the gap between expectation and actual, the better you become in terms of performance. So essentially, the focus is how do we ensure that we get people to perform, and how do we ourselves ensure that we can perform on an ongoing basis consistently. So to begin is to have a new mindset. You must have a new mindset. If you're going to get new results, you need to have new mindset. Um, so how do you renew your mind? I guess that would be the question that somebody would like to ask. And how can you begin to have new results? And each time I talk about people in organizations, I like to also reduce it to the fact that when we think about organization from an outward perspective alone, or from the perspective that I just work in this organization, we will lose out on a lot of things that will have helped us to set ourselves on the right path of growth and development. Because every time you impute it into an organization, you only impute a percentage of what you have. It is not the totality. There's no human that puts its entirety into an organization. So if you improve yourself on a consistent basis, you will become better by yourself, and then ultimately it will impact also how your organization becomes better. So coming into a workshop like this is about you trying to improve and make yourselves a better professional. And what you will find is that this begins to impact also on what the expectation of your organization is in terms of your performance. Let's move from that and look at the mind. The first thing we are looking at here is about how do we harness the power, of a positive thinking. Thinking essentially is a mind matter, is a matter within the mind. We think with our mind. Um, so, in the mind of everyone, there could be a couple of things that we can find. You can find some form of hate, discontent, greed, love, generosity, contentment, and many more things that you can find in the mind. So, in this thought bubble, you can actually put a million things in there. And that would be the first thing that I would like you to please engage with the chat area right now. What are the things that you think can come into the mind of any person in the thought bubble, that thought bubble that you have just shown to you now? Can you put in the chat area what are the things that you think that can come in the mind of anybody? I've just put 6 points there. There's contentment as opposite of greed. Okay. You can see discontent as an opposite of generosity. You can see hate as the opposite for love. So, what are the other things that you think can come in the mind as thought, in that thought bubble? What are the possible thoughts that can go in the mind of anyone? Can you just engage the chat area right now? I don't see as many points as you can drop. What are the things? In fact, what is going through your mind at this time? Yes, yes, yes. I would like to see. There are messages, I think, fear, yes, kindness, empathy, regret, aspirations. I like that, regret. Unhealthy competition, fantastic. Determination, empathy, annoyance, frustration, fear, envy, jealousy, compassionate, frustration, inferiority complex. That's good, yes. Self interest, fantastic. Self interest. Yes, yes, yes. I like the comments that I'm seeing. I like these comments. These are really, really anxiety, yes, ego, help, ambition, greed, yes, yes, satisfaction, transfer aggression is not a thought, it's an action. Bullying, supportive is an action, not a thought. Focus is an action, not a thought. Low self-esteem, yes. Hate, compassion, yes. Backbiting, strife, resilience, anxiety, optimism, fantastic, grief, success, anger, achievement. Now, you see, you can imagine what is really happening right now with all the thoughts that we are even in this chat box alone. As we speak right now, we have over 200 messages that have been dropped in terms of the thoughts that just come into the mind right now. So thank you very much. I appreciate this. This shows that I have a great audience and I appreciate that. Fantastic. So Now let's go back to the presentation. Let's go back to the presentation right now. Let's go back to the presentation right now. So when you look at that, it means that in the mind of a man, right, is a barrage of many things. Just imagine this web of activity. Don't mind what is written there. Let us put every comment that everyone has made into this web of activity and just try to assume that we are trying to map everything that everyone has said. So you can imagine how complex this will be. We put hate, competitiveness, self-entitlement, sadness, pain, everything that everyone has said, more than 200. And you know that all of this can be the activity in the mind of just one person, in the mind of just one person. And this doesn't have to take months to happen. It can actually happen within split seconds, just as what we have done now. All that we have listed, right, over 200 messages right now, can actually be the thinking in the mind of just one individual. It doesn't have to happen in months. It can happen just in a moment, just as we have just, exemplified with all these comments. You can have all the fear, or the empathy, or the kindness. You can have all the anger, the anxiety. You can have all the things about, annoyance and frustration and fear. All of that, the jealousy, the frustrations, can actually become the web of many things that can happen within a split second in the mind of anybody. All right. So, because in itself, the mind is an ecosystem. The mind is an ecosystem. I'd like you to note that somewhere. The mind is an ecosystem. And within that ecosystem, right, is an ecosystem of thoughts, of feelings, and ultimately, of actions, right? The mind is an ecosystem of thoughts, of feelings, and ultimately of actions. I would like you to note that somewhere. So within that ecosystem, it is to the extent of how much you imbue into it, right? So the question will be, how can I ensure that I can harness this mind that is so powerful, so great, that I can channel it positively and in a way that it will impact me positively. And so I'm going to share with you over the next 30 minutes or less, 8 steps to how you can now begin to develop a positive mindset. Okay. At this point, does anybody have anything that you would like to clarify? Are we good? If we're good, just give me thumbs up, virtually, or you just type and say, I am good. We're good. We've been able to establish in the mind that the mind is a powerful tool, is a powerful system, is an ecosystem where you can have a web of activity. And all that web of activity doesn't need to take years for it to develop. It can actually become something that happens just in a moment. And you can have several things just go through the mind. Thank you very much. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the thumbs up. Okay, so we move on. 8 steps to developing a positive mindset. A positive mindset. I would like you to take a moment and look at the image that you can see on your screen. I will take 3 comments. You will unmute your microphone and just tell me. Describe this image to me. What is it that you see just looking at this image? What do you see looking at this image? 3 people, I will raise your digital hand and I will call your name. You unmute your mic and you just share with us what you see from this image. Yes, I'll take Deborah. Deborah, yes. What do you see from the image? Unmute yourself and then you can talk.
I can see an endless possibilities.
You see, Deborah sees endless possibility. What she sees is endless possibility. Very much, Deborah image. Daniel, we're waiting for you. Deborah, you can mute your mic now so that we can have Daniel speak. Daniel, go ahead. What can you see?
see it. I can see it. Hello, can you
Daniel, you might need to take out your video so that it allows
hear me? I
your
can see a pathway.
data. You can see a pathway. Okay. All right.
I can
So Daniel is able to see the obvious. Thank you very much. Daniel is able to see the obvious, which is he sees a pathway. Deborah was able to see with her mind. She see endless possibility, but Daniel is able to see the obvious, which is just a pathway. Yes, let's take Dr. Opeyemi. Dr. Opeyemi, can you unmute
Okay, thank
yourself
you.
and share with us? What can you see?
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, you loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, I can see. I will come in with the two, like a pathway, but it has twists and turns.
Okay, so let me take the latter part of your comment. So Dr. Opeyemi is able to see a pathway with twists and turns. So it's not a straight jacket way. It's come with twists and turns. All right, thank you very much. Anieka, can we hear from you? What do you see, Anieka? Unmute yourself. What do you see? Check towards your left on the screen is where you need to click on to unmute your microphone.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that to develop a positive mindset takes time. It's a journey, and that journey,
Okay.
have curves, and it's not a day's job. So
fantastic.
It
So
takes
let's take out three things very powerful that you have shared with us. Is that it is a journey. That journey is not a day's journey. All right. It takes time. Okay. And it requires hard work, because when you look at the environment of that image, you can see that it will take a bit of hard work. All right. Fantastic. So I like that. She's able to see that it's not a day's job. It's a journey that requires time and that requires some level of hard work. Let's take from Olubumi Victor. What do you see, Olubumi Victor, from that image? What do you see from that image?
Yes, sir. From the image, I can see, aligning with the previous speaker, I can see process. It's a process.
Okay, process.
It may have bottleneck, but it's a process.
It might have some ups and downs, but it's a process. It's a process. I hope we are taking notes of these. Like I said, it's a workshop. And then in a workshop, the difference between a seminar and a workshop: in a seminar, you present a paper. In a workshop, you engage people to be able to generate, insight and thoughts together. So it's a process. That process will be such that we can see that there is work to be done. Okay, there is work to be done. Let's take Emmanuel. Emmanuel, what do you see? After Emmanuel, I will take Dr. Bernard, and then we'll wrap it up at this point so that we can move on because of time. What do you see, Emmanuel, from that image? What do we see? What do you see, Emmanuel?
Yeah,
can you unmute your mic?
I can see success in the midst of adversity, because when you look at the
Success
pathway
in the
and you
midst
see a
of
lot of
adversity.
rocks and all that, which requires a lot of determination towards that success.
Thank you very much. So let's hold on to the fact that success in the midst of adversity requiring a lot of determination. Success in the midst of adversity requiring a lot of determination. Thank you very much. Dr. Bernard, what do you see, sir? Dr. Bernard. Hello, Dr. Bernard. Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me there? Can you hear me?
Very much so now.
All right. It means that how far you are able to achieve in life determine how far you are able to stress your mind. That is to say, the elasticity of your mental capacity determines your ability.
Of course, when the doctor speaks, you should expect some really deep concepts, and so the elasticity of the mind, which of course will street on how much of imaginative work you're able to do with your mind, how much are you able to stretch your mind. I mean, just looking at this, thank you very much, doctor. I mean, everyone, just looking at this picture and look at the diverse views that has come through, all right, that the journey is not a one-day journey. It's a journey that will have a lot of twists and turns. So what I'm about to share with you is not something that you can get done in one day. It's not also something that you can just assume that, I can tick the boxes and get it done. You're going to have to burn at some point. There's going to be, some twists and turns. It requires some level of determination, commitment. But in the end, it all boils the fact that it's going to be something that you can see that it requires a process for you to work through it. And then, of course, into the future, that there is a lot of opportunity and positivity down the line. Thank you very much for that contributions, everyone. So the first thing that we need to do, many of us don't even know that until we begin to care for what carries the mind itself will struggle. Maybe I need to say that again. I'm not a health professional, but you see, today there's a lot of talk about mental health. But until we begin to care for the body that carries that mind, the mind itself in itself will be burdened. You can please lower your digital hands so that we can move on because of time. I'm also mindful of time. We're already in the 10 o'clock hour. So first thing is that you need to be conscious of your self-care. Develop a self-care routine. Here I put a cup of coffee. I'm sure that most of us as professionals, and I'm going to ask a question now, that's why I also put down our hands. There are many of us here, you start your day with a cup of coffee, you almost also sustain your day with a cup of coffee. Please be honest. We are not judging you. Raise your digital hand. Now let me on my video now so that people can see my funny face. Now, if one of those people, raise your digital hand. Just raise your digital hand right now. You start your day with a cup of coffee. You sustain your day with a cup of coffee. I mean, a cup of coffee just helps you go. If there's so much work that you want to stay awake and then you want to stay active. So coffee is always by the side. If you are one of such people, raise your digital hand and let's see you. We're waiting. We're not going to judge anyone. Raise your digital hand. Oh, thank you, Funke, for the thank you, patience. Yes, we are waiting. I'm sure there'll be quite a lot of us. I'm sure we have over 273 of us are here. It can't just be two people that have this coffee. Did you get the point I'm making? You start your day with coffee, you get going with coffee. I mean, there's just a cup of coffee there all by the side. Yes, patience, you're raising your hand. Funke, thank you. Yes, I can see Yaro, Dr. Fatima, Ahmed. Yes, who else? Yaro Ruben, yes. Yes, we are not judging anybody. You don't even know where I'm heading. But I know that is a pattern, is a routine for most of us that are professionals. Infinix Mobility Limited, I believe that should be someone who's John. Yes. We are not judging anybody. I don't know see how far we can go. Muna, I think I can see Muna's hand up. All right, patience. Yes, I can see your hand. I can see that. Who else? Okay. Quite a lot of people now. The hands are coming up. Now, let me there now say that you know that the truth of the matter is that this routine, right? The reason why I use coffee as just to do that interrogation is the fact that it's a routine. You agree with me that the day you don't do the coffee is as though something has gone bad in the system. When the coffee is not available, you almost like drag yourself throughout the day. You just almost like drag yourself. It's like you're just pulling yourself. Things are not just. But the truth of the matter is that when you talk about the mind, it's so powerful that when the body is struggling, right? When the body is down, the mind sometimes doesn't even stop. It keeps working. The mind just keep working. So it's important for us to take time to clear our mind so that we can, find a way to reduce the level of stress and anxiety that we have to deal with. I will use an example. Over the last couple of days, I've had to deal with quite a lot of, deadlines that I was almost like forgetting things. And I said to someone, I said that it's not as though I'm old or I'm suffering from any form of amnesia. It's just because that there is so much in the mind that I'm having to, my mind is filtering out some things based on level of priority and importance. And if I then don't find a way to rejuvenate, there's going to be a drop in my efficiency over time. The efficiency level will just drop. So you need to find a way when you develop a routine. A routine is something that you do regularly. Most of us do it once in a while when the thing has really gone very bad, when we have felt the impact. Some of us don't even we forget to drink water. If you are like that, if you're like, I'm also guilty of that. But if you are like that, right? Because we're talking about the mind now, but we can't even deal with the mind when the body is so weak, is so down. Because the mind is enclosed in um is enclosed in the body that allows that mind to be able to function the way it should be. I just use the example of water. Sometimes I don't even remember to hydrate, and I believe there are many of us like that here. So we need to develop a routine to ensure that we find a way to be able to deal with anxiety and distress. Okay, one trick about that is hydrating regularly and doing less of coffee. I just had a bit of water right now. Okay. I don't know how many of you have water with you where you are. It might be an opportunity for you to do that right now. Okay. So regular hydration helps us in ensuring that we can begin to put our mind in the right space. And then, of course, less of what you call stimulants, where you find coffee. I know some people don't do coffee, but there are some who do energy drinks. You are not the coffee one, but you are the energy drink. We are not judging you, but can you just raise your hand if you care, just to say, yeah, I'm in that space. I'm not the coffee one, but I'm part of the energy drink gang. Those of us who I have a friend who, in fact, she carries energy drink on the go, not just drink it everywhere. There's always energy drink in her car. Energy drink. She's working. There's an energy drink. It used to be one brand, then another brand. But you see, these are some of the things that, in a way, it just veils some of the challenges that we have to deal with, and then it begins to percolate over time, that it then impacts on our self-care down the line. All right. Second thing that we need to pay attention to is self-intentions. Now, see where I began from. I began first from the need for us to care for what carries our mind. If the body is down, there's no amount of good intentions you have. There's no amount of the things that you want to do. I don't pray that anybody have to lie down in the hospital bed. The thoughts will be there, but there's nothing you can do because the body just can't carry it. and because the body is down. So it's important to care for that body. That body, not for what we do externally, but also for what we do internally, what goes into the body. The second thing is self-intentions. Setting an intention allows you to live in the present moment, right? When you repeat your intentions or affirmation to yourself throughout the day, can help you to stay focused and mindful. It can also help you to effectively develop positive thoughts. So when you have set intentions, right? Today I am going to get this done. And throughout the day, consistently, you remind yourself of it, not from the point of putting yourself under pressure, the pressure to deliver, but from the gosh, wow. Hello? I just went blank. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. I think my screen was idle for a while. So I was saying that to ensure that you just keep that moment where is a constant reminder, not from the point of putting yourself under pressure, the pressure to deliver, but from the optimistic point of view that your intention and your affirmations are such that you are mindful of them, and then it helps you to keep a focus on your goals, right? Um, there's a tool that I will share with the organizers later on that may be useful. I'm sure that some of us might know it, where you need to be able to plot your day on a 2x2 matrix to determine what is urgent, what is important, and what is important. Over and above, it has been established that most of the time we spend the most of our time working on the things that we perceive to be urgent, but they are not important. Okay? They are time bound, but they are time bound doesn't necessarily mean that they have a contributory effect to overall output, when you look at it from a business point of view, or even when we look at it from our own personal, personal life. I'm trying to look for an example of when you plot is urgent and is important. When something is urgent and is important, okay, it will mean, for example, you need to pay your child's school fees, right? Is a week to school resumption. That is an urgent and an important activity. Okay. So it requires that you must attend to it like now, swiftly. But it is important, but it's not urgent. Will mean that you need to send money. Okay. You need to send money to your driver. It is a weekly activity, but you already know that you have enough sufficient fuel in your car, but it's a weekly activity that you do. Every week I send my driver 50K, but you know that when you go to the office, you still have 3/4 petrol at the level of the petrol in the car is at 3/4, 75%. That activity is important, but it's not urgent. So it shouldn't be what you have to give a lot of priority such that they put pressure on you, right? Because you can do it much later after you have dealt with the things that are urgent and the things that are important. What that does is it helps you to keep focus on what I term that it's important for you to major in your major and minor in your minors. There are people who you find that over time, as we go along trying to do our daily routine, we end up majoring in the minors, and most people even will minor in major. So in minor things, they develop a lot of activity, they exert a lot of energy, they commit a lot of their strength on them. And at the end of the day, they begin to struggle and say, it's either they are not fairly appraised, it doesn't look like they like me. Then it begins to generate the kind of thoughts that we had earlier talked about that goes on in the mind, okay, where it starts to generate either fear, anxiety. It generates some level of apprehensions, suspicion, because it's about their inability to just help to begin to channel your thought properly. All right. So it's important to major in the major and minor in the minor. So you major in your major, you minor in the minor. Okay. So in doing that, we would have been able to significantly, have our intentions clearly set. And then throughout the period of the day, you are able to ensure that you keep a focus on the things that are major and of the things that are of importance. Yeah. Okay. I'll move on to the third point. Is be optimistic. Be optimistic. Optimism is a powerful mind matter that helps everyone that we ultimately record some level of success, to keep going. Optimism, okay? It's very, very important. Be optimistic. Be optimistic of the fact that on this assignment, I will do well. Be optimistic on the fact that this task that we have set out to achieve, we would achieve this goal that we have set out to do. Be optimistic about it. But let me quickly caution that sometimes between optimism and reality is a thin line, okay? The fact that I'm optimistic doesn't mean that I lose sight of the realities, okay? So if you look at the picture that I shared at the beginning, where I looked at these 8 steps, right? You could see that picture shows that it's a journey. We are optimistic, we are determined, but we are also mindful of the fact that there are going to be twists and turns. We are mindful of the fact of the hard work because we can see the topography and the environment that will require some level of hard work. We are also mindful and then realistically saying that it requires a lot of focus because the pathway is not a straight one. It requires to focus on you can fall off that pathway. So being optimistic doesn't shut us away from the reality of our environment. Okay. I'm optimistic that we're going to achieve it. But the truth of the matter is that we don't have enough resources, we don't have enough staff. Right? We need to resource. How do we ensure that we get the right resource? We know it's going to take us about 8 weeks for us to have the right hand to hire. But then I'm optimistic that we'll be able to deliver. But the reality is that we need 8 weeks, but we have to deliver. So how do we do that? What are the other realities that we need to deal with? Encourage yourself to believe the best possible outcome for any situation you encounter, right? Believe in the best possible, positive and possible outcome that can come through. But then be aware of the realities that will be in and around, the possibilities of achieving, that goal. Possibilities of time, possibilities of resources, possibilities of having the right support system to be able to get this done. So optimism doesn't mean that we lose sight of reality. All right, it's just that we must use reality as only a signpost as to to guide in terms of how we need to get to where we're going. But optimism is an extremely powerful mindset to have in developing positive thinking. Number 4, as I move on quickly, because it's already 10:30. Now, the truth of the matter is that in chasing goals and trying to achieve results, it's important to take breaks. And then when I take break in this instance is not just about relaxing and distressing, it's more also about reset. and I would like to focus on the reset part. So the elders have one saying that when a child falls, the child just looks ahead. But when an adult falls, when an elder falls, he looks back to say, what exactly has caused the fall? What is the cause of the fall? And tries to ensure that there's no uh, repetition, just to avoid that. For the same reasons why there was the first fall, you can prevent from the second. The same way, when you talk about fall, you also talk about success. The inability to document what we did to succeed will prevent us from repeating success. I'll say that again. The inability of being able to document what we have done that allows us to have succeeded in an activity will prevent us uh, uh, from. Oh, the slide is not moving. What can you see, please? What slide
Yes,
are you seeing?
yeah, we are still stuck at set intention. Set intention. That should be the second slide.
Set intentions. Okay, let me stop sharing and I'll share my slide again. I think technology, connections and all. I'll stop sharing and I will share the slide again. Okay, can you see the slide now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, what can you see, please?
Take break. That should be number 4.
All right, so I'm on the fourth one. Take breaks, and I was talking about taking break. That taking break is clear to say take some time off. Particularly those of us who are in the very professional space. Sedentary lifestyle is something that can impede on our consistent performance, because we sit down most of the day in front of a computer. Some of us are chauffeur driven. We jump from that sitting position to the back of our vehicles. They drive us home. When we get home, we sit, put our legs on the table, our food comes to us, we eat, and all of that. So take a break. Take a break will mean get up from your seat, move around. Also, it will mean that I would like to focus on the fact that we need to have a reset. Reset will mean, and I was trying to paint the example of what the elders will say, that when a child falls, the child will look ahead. When an elder falls, the elder would look behind, look backwards. So just examine, why did I fall? Okay, and I made that. I was also trying to say that when we do not effectively document what we do to succeed, it makes it difficult for us to repeat success, for success to be repetitive. And that is important to be able to repeat success, right? It's a very, very important to repeat success. Okay. I'm still on slide 4, which is take reset, take break. Okay. I'm still on slide the 4th point. Okay. So I want to talk about reset. When you do a reset, is that we go back and say, okay, what did we do? How did we get here? Once we can identify how we got here, we document it. It means that we can repeat it again. And that becomes very important. That helps you in constantly remaining positive, because you can tell how you got to where you are at every point in time. So have a reset. Have a reset at all times. A reset at all times. A reset. The reset is that you are able to query where you are, and you are able to document how you get to where you are. So if they ask you, go to that place, do this again, you are almost able to predict what the outcome will be, all things being equal. Let me move on to the 5th point. The 5th point is live an active lifestyle. Live an active lifestyle. Okay. Studies show that when your body is active, positive chemicals, endorphins, are released into the bloodstream that helps you maintain a positive attitude. There are various ways to stay activities such as dancing, yoga, martial arts, workout, fitness, and much more. How many of us really love dancing? Let me even give the very funny one. People go to church and they just stand like, they just stand in one place. It's a great opportunity for you to dance, because when you do that, your body is a mechanism, and your mind, don't forget, is where all the different things are happening. All those things that we listed when we started, that's where all those things are happening. There is no way you can be so active, dancing and happy, and you can have a lot of hatred. It's not possible. It cannot. The joy that comes from all of those other activities will suppress it. And then you can't have anxiety in the same process. It cannot. So when you allow your mind, your body to engage in this kind of activity, it also helps you to begin to develop the right kind of. I love those who say I love dancing. Somebody said I danced this morning. That's fantastic. So dancing just in your own room. How many of us sing in our bathrooms? I mean, I do that a lot in my bathroom. I just break into one song. It doesn't matter if your voice sounds like of a toad. It's to somebody else that is sounding like that of a toad. But for you, you are the best musician that can sing for yourself. You are the best dancer. Dance in your own room. You need to do. I mean, there are times that you even do some certain things that, just like Dr. Yahya Muhammad is saying, you need to do things that even your children they will take a laugh out of what you are doing. But when you bottle up, everything is bottled up. You are like, forgive me to say, you are like that sardine, the fish in the sardine. Everything is tight. There's no self-expression. And this will, it just affects that mind. It cages your mind, because the mind itself is overburdened with a lot of activity. Look at all the things we listed, more than 200. And the truth of the matter is that there are a billion thoughts moving through our mind, even as we are speaking now. So learn to dance, find time to dance, find time to go dancing as well. Okay? Find time to go dancing. Take your friends and go and dance. Take your bodies and go dance. Just find a way to dance. Economy is dealing with us to remember to losing up. My sister Ify, the economy you cannot change. There are things that are outside of your control, and there are things that are within your control. Nobody can stop you from being happy. You are the one who will determine that you are going to be happy regardless of whatever is happening. Just find a way to make yourself happy. Look for the things that will make yourself to be happy. Sometimes some people have to look for things that they will play with. It can make you happy. So just find things that will just make you happy. If you can't do that, the economy, you don't have control over it. You cannot. You can't. You can only control what's within you. And you see, so find a way to make sure that you are just happy. All right. And then your body will release the systems, the endorphins that just helps you to begin to, yes, I like that. That's a very good idea. Look at the mirror, admire yourself. You see, there is this thing that I think that is become a very good way that people can actually get this done. I see a lot of young people, and for us as older people, I think we suffer from it. But the younger ones have done it so well. This selfie thing that they do, you may think that it doesn't make sense. It's a waste of time. They just look at themselves in the ladies. They will laugh at themselves. They record the video, and then sometimes when you go back to look at it, it's just a way of you saying to yourself, "Man, I'm the best thing that has happened to this world." And until you do that, a gamma lizard falls from the roof. Nobody praised him. He looked around, there's nobody there. He shook his own head and said, I have done well. Reward yourself with a little bit of dancing, a little bit of saying thank you to yourself. Just find a way to commend it. Exercise is good. Taking an early morning walk, is fantastic. If you can go to the gym, it's fantastic. But the truth of the matter is that until you begin to allow your body to release those chemicals, there's no way your mind will not be burdened, and it will be a lot of challenge to even begin to develop the kind of positive thinking that you're looking at. So after you have done all of that, all of these things we've talked about is about yourself. The very first 5 things we've talked about is about you. Now to begin to do positive things, you know that there's no man that is an island. So you live in a world where there are people and processes and systems and every other thing. So you need to find a way to surround yourself with positive people. So my sister, if the economy is bad, find the guy who will say the nice things to you, all right? Or find the sister who will say the nice things to you, so that at least positive people who will tell you that don't worry, everything will be well. Not the people who are complaining, because if you are in the midst of those who complain about the economy, they will just continue to get you burdened the more. So positivity is contagious. It's contagious. Spend time with people who support you, people who encourage positive self-talk and provide helpful advice or feedback. If you're in the midst of people who all they see is about the things that are not good, the things that are not working, the things that are wrong, the things that are not right, you will end up, my sister, with a lot of problem. And then there's no way your mind will be able to even do well. So fantastic idea. Engage in community service. It can be religious, it can be anything. Those are the things that can actually, and that puts you in the midst of, positive people that continue to say, okay, at the end of the day, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Look at the image I showed to you. The beginning and the end of that image is not the same. It's not the same, but we can understand that it's a journey, all right? And that journey requires that, discard those that always complain. Very, 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 very positive. Discard them. Stay with positive people. Nigeria is not the best. Nigeria, we know Nigeria has problems. There are people in America, they move from Nigeria, from Japa. Some of them are Japada. So it is not about either, if you just sit with those ones, hey, you will end up that they will eventually just continue to mount you in the kind of place that puts a lot of weight on your mind. Okay, tag along with people that are very optimistic in life, and you find that, as they say, birds of the same feather flock together. And then show me your friend, I'll tell you who you are. It's just a matter of time. With your people who are optimistic, you also will launch ahead, so positive, as the Gen Z will say, come on, get positive vibes around you, don't let people dull you. Number 7, get adequate rest. Now, this is the part where the take a break is not about rest, like I said. It's a process of assessment. You review. And this one, get adequate rest. A good night's rest can positively impact your attitude and mindset. It reduces irritability and lack of energy or motivation. I like to quote a part of the scripture that says that God gives his beloved sleep. So be God's beloved. If you can be God's beloved, you will get sleep. You don't need any medication to sleep. He will give you sleep naturally. I can sleep. If I want to sleep in the next 10 minutes now, as we're having this conversation, I just need to lay my back, and before you know what is happening, I am sleeping. All right? Because it is extremely important. And if I tell you the things I do, I always like to not to talk too much when they say, where's your profile? I'm a politician. I pastor a church. I'm a professional. I'm in the royal court. So there are many things, but people look at it and say, how do you do all those things? So how do you do them? And then, and in the midst of all of that, you need to find a way to ensure that you have good rest. Particularly, there's no rest as the one as good at night. There's no rest that is as good as the one at night, because at that time, you just need to shut down and have a good sleep. You need to shut down and have a good sleep. Okay. I go on to the 8th point, and that will be the closure. Then we are going to have some interaction. Then I think I've embrace laughter and humor. There is nothing as good as having a good laugh. Laughter overpowers negative thoughts. Remember, the only thing we can control in life is how we react. You can't control the economy. You can't control if people will like you or if they will hate you. But you can control your own reaction. Fill your thoughts and life with optimism, laughter, and joy. And ensure that you laugh when you should laugh. In fact, go for comedy shows. Just laugh, laugh, laugh. Laugh out loud. Laugh out loud. How many of us have had a good laugh lately? I think that the Chartered Institute of Human Resource Management should do for a comedian in one of the workshops who will just come on this virtual session and share some comedy. How many of us do spend some time? Me, You know, when you check social media, what you see will keep coming to you. I watch a lot of skits, so they throw more to me. I just laugh. And one of the ones I caught lately is Lege Miami. Lege Miami, if you don't want to laugh, you will laugh. I don't know how many of you know Lege Miami. I just stumbled on it. And the moment I watched one, I saw the second one, the third one, the fourth one, I just, when there is a bit of stress and I need to tune my mind appropriately, I'll just go to Facebook, and then Facebook will throw me Lege Miami. And I will just start laughing and start laughing. Thank you very much for your time. I would like to take comments, further comments, clarifications, questions. I think we can take that in the next couple of 5-10 minutes, and then we'll be done. Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate this opportunity, and you've been a fantastic audience with the level of interactions that we've had. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Over to you, moderator. Hello. Some people are sending emoji of their laughter. Make sure you are laughing in real time. You know, that's what social media does to us now. Some people are not laughing, but they will send in the emoji, but they are not really laughing. So just laugh. You know, thank you very much. Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Thank you. Excellent presentation. Thank you. Very inspiring and impactful lecture. Thank you. Exceptional interaction. Thank you very much. I mean, I appreciate all the positive comments and the feedbacks. Thank you so much. Very educative, awesome session. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Dr. AK. Thank you so very much.
Hello.
Thank you.
If you have any question,
I'm here. Thank you very much, sir. So that's an awesome time. I want to celebrate you specially. Applause for you, big time, because you've really done marvelously well. That I can't quantify the input of what the weight of the input that you have impacted the people with today. I want to especially say that the details spelled out, like I always say, I'm sure some of you that were with us yesterday night, you helped me spell out something that have to do with on learn to learn. That tells you how detailed some things can come and how important they can serve at the end of the day. So I want to especially thank you once again, sir, for the impactful and detailed information you dished out. One thing I know is that this is a seed and it's going to go more viral by us working on it and developing some kind of adding some kind of flesh to what we have been taught. And while we do that, of course, it's going to serve as improvement to quite a number of things for us. I want to say thank you once again. If you enjoyed this session, can you please help me type thank you on the chat box? Can we see your thank you, please? Can we see your thank you, please, on the chat box? Yes. Michael Omoba, I can see that. Technosil 18, I can see that. Infinix Smart 5, I can see. Yes. Muna Ama, thank you. Yes, I can see it. Hope Biode, thank you. I can see it. Uagu Sela, I can see it. Keep it coming. Adeoye, blessing. Oluwaseyi, thank you. I can see it. Thank you. Nodago Mohammed Bamanga, thank you. All right, thank you. Okay, I'll move straight to something else. I want to just say that, like I said earlier, you're going to get a soft copy of this in your mails. But please, we're going to because of time, sorry, I saw one response that was not given to a question. Maybe I can't see it now because of bunch of messages that have come. So sorry for that. I can't see the question now by Johnson, but if you can put it back, maybe I can quickly look at it. If you can put it back. So sorry for that. Yeah. So want to thank you for all that. But I want to encourage us with something, and that is the fact that all that we have taken in this session, we have to help ourselves by practicing them. We have to build up on them and see how best we can get on them. That's exactly what I want to say. That's what I want to say.
Okay, so I think there's a question from John Onoja.
Johnson, yes,
there's
that's
a question
what I said. Okay, have
from
you seen
John
it now?
Onoja.
Yeah, I said
Yes, I've seen that.
Have you seen it now? Okay,
I've
let's
seen
take
the
it, sir.
question
Let's take
from John Onoja. John Onoja asked, how do you handle a situation where you try to give a positive energy output, but you consistently get negative in return, and you have to face it on a daily, maybe on a daily basis? Now, the truth of the matter is that you cannot control how people behave or what happens. Like I said, you need to look at life from the fact that there are things that are within your control and there are things outside of your control. What is within your control is what you react, how you react. So let me share this, and I'd like every one of us to take note of this. There's what they call response, and there's what they call reaction. Response and reaction. I can respond to a negative negative energy, but I don't have to react to it. I can respond to it. Responding to it means that I take note of it and I go ahead to do what I need to do. Reacting to it is because your boss shouted at you, raised his voice. You raise your voice in return. That's reaction. Responding is my boss raises his voice. I look at, okay, why did he raise his voice? Does he always raise his voice? So let me paint a very practical situation. I have a submission to yesterday. It was due yesterday. But when somebody says submit a business, whatever, you don't submit at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. is not business hours. And I have a staff that we are working on this project together who is someone like a perfectionist. He wants to make sure he looks at everything. I say, you have to look at it. They can forgive some things, but they might not forgive time that we arrived late. So I had to raise my voice at him. But because I didn't do that, I don't do that all the time. He responded and said, I'm sorry, sir. Now, if you reacted to it because I shouted, he shouts at me again. I'm going to ask, who is the boss here? He who pays the paper dictates the thing. So, okay, fine. That's your last shout. So the next one, you go shout it in your house. You can control the way you will respond to whatever anybody brings to your table every day, or whatever anybody brings, or how they react to you on a daily basis. So it's about you dealing with yourself. You know, if you look at the 8 points I shared, 6 of the points are you. Is about yourself. Yeah. It's only one that says that you will have to put positive people around you. Then how you know 6 of it is you. Half of the time, I always say, whatever we talk about people, first of all, look inward. If anybody says I've done anything wrong, I look at myself. If they say I failed, I don't look at, oh, it was because of this that I failed. I look at what I did not do or what I could have done differently, and I could have made a better outcome.
Exactly.
Okay, that would be my yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, I mean that's all I can see from that.
Yes. Let's just yes. Thank you very much, sir. We're going to Secretariat, we're going to put an end to this for now. I hope we're okay. Secretariat, are you with me on this?
Yes, sir.
I want to pass some other announcements, but I want you to consent to that first. Okay. Okay. Yesterday I was supposed to give us a kind of a link that has to do with the AI for this is AI for HR. We have it also. I'm going to put it here right away so that you can access it. I'm going to put the link here right away. Yeah, that is it. So you can have that now. That's the link. So you can have the AI for HR on that link and get familiar with the institute through that. All right. Then also, we're going to be coming back shortly, but before then, we're going to take some few things to check ourselves up based on what we have done together with Mr. Sesson today. Permit me to ask that we look at that together. Okay. One major thing I want to put to you or put across to us this time is I want us to look at, give me some 1 minute. I want us to look at something that I think will help us today. All right, maybe I'll put it up when I bring it up. I'll let you know. But I want us to look at something. Let's use a case study of Nigeria. Are we all together? Can you hear me, please? Can somebody hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Yes, thank you. I want us to look at this case study. I want to look at a case study and let's look at what we'll discuss now. How do you think Nigeria can absorb shocks? Nigerians now, how can Nigerians absorb shocks from the ruling class and still live long in this generation? Now, that has to do with whether you know how to absorb shocks in your office and you stay as long as you want to stay, not because they are patching you up, but you are doing your duties and you are still getting promoted, you are getting all the benefits. That is for organization. But let's use Nigeria as an organization and let's use Nigerians now, not as workers, Nigerians being the workers in Nigeria with the shocks that we get every day. How do you think that as professionals, we can use Nigeria's situation to correct the anomalies in our various organizations? If you have something to say there, let me see your hand, then I'll call you, please. I need just about 5 persons or so for a start. Yeah, unmute yourself and let me know. Let's know that you want to talk, then I'll take you. Okay, I want to repost it. You're asking that I repost the link. Okay, I'm about to do that.
Hello.
Yes, please. Your
Good
name,
morning.
please.
My name is
Good
Dr.
morning.
Gladys Oregbemashim.
Okay. Go
Okay,
ahead,
please, I
please.
just want to make a little contribution to the issue of absorbing shock in the face
Yeah.
of
Go ahead, man.
the crisis
Go
we're
ahead.
having in the country. Yes,
Yes.
my own little contribution is to the fact that there are some situations we find ourselves and we cannot control it. I want all of us to realize one fact, that current situation that we are passing through, if we have a magical solution, it will have been provided. But because there is no magical solution, all of us will have to grow a kind of mind, a kind of a rest. I'm not going to call it a resistance, but kind of build a thick skin. Let's learn to not stretch forth our hands to those things that we afford. You know, why some people are under immense pressure at times is because we desire too much, or we expect too much from these people that we call leaders. Yes, we have the right to expect from them, but when we are putting from the antecedent, we should know that when they make promises, at times they don't live up to it, and at times it's even beyond them. At times, our situation currently in Nigeria, is something that all of us should work towards. But in order for us to stay alive, we need not to put extra pressure desiring things that we cannot afford. Maybe formerly you have been affording a luxurious life, and now because of the economic situation, you are now looking at it. The solution is not for you now to put yourself under unnecessary pressure. The solution is for you to be able to reduce those desires, those things that will inconvenience yourself a bit for you to have your peace. And also, please, in order for us not to have too much shock, let's, like our lecturer said this morning, let's keep ourselves happy. Your happiness lies in you. Your ability to absorb that shock also lies in you, because heaven will not fall. If anything happens to you, life still continue. Heaven will not fall. Life will still continue. So let's learn to stay within our means. Let's learn to see things that, okay, things cannot be always like Baba, the great Taisha, and he said, may your road be rough. It's not saying that you are going to have it all rough throughout, but because you need to have some bumps so that you'll be able to, so that you'll be cautioned. So also as Nigerians, now we're having the bumps already. It is even natural, but we need to adjust to that lifestyle so that we will not put ourselves under unnecessary pressure. Even in the office, in your office, learn to absorb shock. Everybody is carrying pressure now, but at the same time, that pressure can also be regulated by whatever desire of ours. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, ma.
I speak.
Just hold on. Emmanuel says, having a positive mindset on the pathway that is good end start from me, then we can be free from shock. That means having positive mindset that suits you to make sure that you don't get burdened by something. Whatever challenge that comes, you try to see how to make it positive so that you will not be affected by it. Then Adejoke Abdullah says, there are things you can't do anything about Nigerian leadership. No, there are things you can't do anything about. He said Nigerian leadership is one of them. Ignore, adapt, mitigate as best as you can, and be happy. So the bottom line is that don't get distracted by them, don't get injured by them, don't get fracas with anybody because of what is happening. You've got to see the light out of the tunnel, that yes, there's going to be light out of the tunnel, that whatever that happens, you're going to come out of it and you'll be unscratched. What was his name? Dr. Mediation Udo. He said, well, of course, he said, Funke said, be less expectant and live a day at a time. You see, that's key to me, because whatever you do, tomorrow, next tomorrow, one year's time, yes, they will come. But you have not surmounted, you have not put to rest challenges of today. You are thinking of 1 year's own. That is part of the challenge about have. You want to see your neighbor, your organization, you want to compare your organization that's under 5 years. You want to compare with companies that have been existing for the past 30 years. Listen, you might be in the same industry, but you are not age mates. Your experiences are not the same. You cannot fly and be like them overnight. You can be doing well, but you cannot be like them overnight. So the only challenge, the only thing is that the success they made in 5 years, you can make it in your 1 year. You are 5 years now. The success they are made in 20 years, 15 years, it's possible you make it in 5 years. But their successes of 30 years, it's not the same thing as experiences of 30 years. Because they are their ups and downs that we can take a cue from and decide on what next step to take that can take us to a new level. All right. Madam, please go ahead. See the next.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. How do we deal with shocks? Using Nigeria as a case in point, but also looking at
case study.
Shocks
Yeah.
in our case study, as also looking at shocks in our work environment. We find that largely, even in Nigeria as a whole, we have a very youthful population. And that is also reflected in our workspaces. Most of our companies, we have millennials, we have Gen Zs, we have young people working with us. They don't have the strength of character that most of us baby boomers have. They are not as resilient. So the shock factor is actually a bigger problem with this generation. So that's why you have things like drug abuse, you have mental health issues running around the whole place, all over the country. It's becoming a pandemic. What do we do? One of the reasons why stress and trauma.
If you're not speaking, can you please mute your mics, please?
All right.
Hello?
Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me?
John Onoja, can you please?
All right. I think in my own humble view, I think where the most problem comes from, it's a problem of disorientation. Once there is a right kind of orientation and know that this is reality and nothing happened by rocket science, and you understand everything per time as it ought to be, nothing happens by chance. Everything has a process. And it is when you understand that there is a process, you will then understand if there is a breach in the process, or if at all the leaders are following the process, you will be able to tell. Most times, a lot of people chicken out or have a heart attack or a breakdown due to the way they approach things from an emotional perspective, forgetting the fact that there is a reality. So once there is a right kind of orientation, I think the first thing that needs to happen in the mind of every Nigerian, before we even begin to look at the leader, is to have the right mental attitude, the right orientation towards leadership. Once we have it, I think we'll be able to approach leadership from the right side, because most of these leaders, most times, they are also humans like us. We need to understand that this is the reality. How bad is the situation? Can it be fixed? If it can be fixed, what are the ways these issues can be fixed? It is until we understand this, we are able to sieve out and understand leaders who are time wasters, leaders who are just there to mark time, leaders who are personal, who have just personal interest for themselves. I think in my own humble view, this is how I see it.
Hello.
Hello,
May I
good
drop
morning.
Dr.
Good
Diase, please?
morning.
May I speak
May
now?
I?
Okay,
Yes.
so I think for me, emotional intelligence, we have to come up with, we begin to exhibit emotional intelligence in our attitude to work, even in the country generally. Emotional intelligence goes a long way. How you manage people, how you manage situations, how you adaptability, knowing that you are independent. You know this saying that says you came in naked and you die naked. So basically what that means is you were not born with a leader. So when you are dying alone. So it's like a survival of the fittest. So we should not be too dependent on what the country has for us. We should strive for our own well-being. That is why you find out that most of these leaders, when they get up there, they are so concerned about their family, their entire whatever. So we should not copy them, but we should be self-reliant. We should rely on our capabilities, what we are able to make out of life, not depending so much on people. Then exhibit a lot of emotional intelligence, because that will help us think positively towards achieving our own self goal. And in the long run, I also see the part where we come in with morals, good morals too. So like I usually tell them in the workplace that that the country is better starts with you. So don't be depending on another person to make the country better. So little things makes a lot of difference in the country. So even in terms of integrity, little things, exhibition, little things you show out shows your values. Some of us, we have values, good values, all of these things, put them all together, emotional intelligence, values, positive attitude to work. I think it will go a long way to helping us in the workplace and the country at large. Thank you very much.
Yeah, may I come in, sir?
Say something, please.
The question, the
Can
thing
I have a
is,
mail now? No, hello, hold it, please. Let's mix it. Thank you. I know it's interesting, but let's mix it. We just had a lady. Let's have a man now.
I've been raising my hand since.
Let me come in.
Now, after this person, now we have Patience Olawoye, please. Now let's have so go ahead, please.
All right, see.
Yes, Dr. Diase, go ahead.
All right, good. I want to believe that the first thing to do is, with regards to that of the nation, is to expect less from them. Because the truth is that my own 11th commandment is, blessed is he that expects nothing, for he shall never be disappointed. The reason most of us are disappointed is because our expectations are so high and so much. So expect less from the government and expect more from yourself. Focus less on the government, focus more on yourself. Because the truth is that wherever focus goes, energy flows, and then results will show. So in your own little way, in your own sphere, focus on what you can make better. Before you know it, everything will get better. Thank you very much.
All right, good. Let's have Patience Olawoye, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, I just want to say that positivity starts with you. You have to, in the face of what we are going through right now, you have to first encourage yourself. There's something I tell my sister every time when she says things, negative things. I said, try to stay positive, because once you confess negative, that negative energy, you just exude it, throughout your day. The country is very good right now, because I don't want to say it's very hard. But then if you don't encourage yourself, you find it difficult that even your daily task, you will not be able to meet up. It's bad enough that you wake up in the morning, you're just looking out, it's as if it's bleak, it's blank, so you have to stay positive. You have to encourage yourself first before you be able to see, the right path on where to toll on. So that's my own contribution, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Can I have Techno Spark 2020? Your name is not there. Techno Spark.
Okay.
So you can spark for us.
Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Are
go
you
ahead,
with... My name is Chris. Okay, I joined from Port Harcourt. My contribution. Yeah, thank you. My contribution is very simple. The fact that human beings, all of us, we need at a particular point. But we must always learn that thing that we need, other people too are also in need of that, even more desperate than us. So we must make sure that we are always contented with the little we have. A content man is an already fulfilled man. Every person is ambition. And one thing in life is that nobody wants you to succeed more than him himself. So that is why we must abide by the golden rule. We say that do unto others as we expect others to do unto you. So when you are doing things right, and you have that satisfaction in your heart that yes, what you are doing is right within your own conviction, you will see that you are mode of thinking. And another thing is in life that we must learn how to contribute to people's success. That is a key. Because when you begin to contribute into somebody's success and you see, people are happy seeing you around, that thing will give you sense of, belongingness and sense of happiness. Because if no matter your achievement, no matter your activities in life, if you are not fulfilled within your own self, you will be bothered. That is the truth. So if we really have that right attitude towards things, in all our thinking and our reasoning, you will see that we will always be happy within ourselves, because happiness comes from within. If you are not happy from within, you cannot be relaxed. No matter how you do other things, they are important. Even they may be cracking very funny joke, you may not be well fulfilled because there is something in you that is bothering you. So that thing that may bother you inside, make sure that you flow it out in a way of activity, in a way of positive impactment on the society. You know, all those things will make us to be borderless. Economy fine, hard, is biting everybody. The president have said he have tried, will have, you know, it will not, that is not something that we can, on their own, you can be able to influence. You cannot, because an external force. The internal one is the one that you know you can control. And for you to control that, to have a needed result within yourself and your conviction in your heart, is that you always make sure that whatever thing you are bringing to the world, to the society, is targeted towards bringing contribution in your own quarters, so that when you do that, with that little contribution, you will be so fulfilled, and that fulfillment will give you a sense of joy and happiness. And when we begin to do that, we see that the society at large will be a better one, and we too will have that happiness. Because one thing, I'm sorry, let me.
Hello?
There's something that is key. Every person should input into his own life. And what is that key? How can I be a problem solver within the area I find myself? Let all of us be a problem solver, and it will be well with us. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that. Permit me to
and cheating.
To say a few things. Okay. Before that, can you please permit me? Let me take this person.
It just happens every now and then.
Nkem Demene, are you a female, please? Nkem, are you female?
Yes, I'm a female, sir.
Okay, please. Can I have you? I want to mix it up.
Everyone. Yes, I was going to complain first because I have been raising my hand up since, and unfortunately, people barging in and out wouldn't let you recognize me. Having said that, I want to now respond to your question. I want to also agree with all those who said that we should have less expectation. Because the major problem we're having here is people expect much, even when they can give little.
Much more, and it's definitely
not you and I. How much have we contributed? First of all, we should have a goal. Be determined to meet that goal. And if you're determined to meet that goal, even the bad leadership on your way will not stop you, because we're all on a journey. The journey was never promised to be so smooth. You will meet bumps. But the most important thing, can you say you have contributed very well?
More than the person you stole
from. The Nigerian worker and the federal government, we're all suffering for increase in pay. Yet, the work situation is getting very bad. People are no longer committed to the work they are called to do. But we're all interested in Nigerian government increasing our pay. Exactly. If they say pay as you earn as you work, can we all earn as much as we are earning now? We are all full of expectation, running down the government. In your own office, how well have you fared? Because if the offices are good, we are all micro leaderships. If our different tables are good, I don't see why Nigeria will be so terrible the way it is. So when we begin to run down Nigeria, it makes me get a little mad. The person complaining that the leadership in his or her office is bad, when he is dealing with the people under his own commands or her own commands. So all these things is a kind of, it's neither here nor there. Let us remain focused, have a goal, and be determined to get to that goal through conscious efforts, determination. We neglect teamwork a lot in Nigeria. If you don't have the man at the top to go up, you will not move from where you're sitting. So let us have in mind that teamwork is it. And if we don't have that mindset, The mindset here in Nigeria is so horrible. And if it doesn't change, we'll keep going from even worse to the, I don't know how I'm going to describe it, but it will even get worse. So that's my little contribution. We have a lot of expectations and we don't contribute jack. Thank you so much.
I repeat that. Apologies to you again. I don't really go by, I can't see who raised hand first. I just try to make sure we cover grounds. Okay,
No
thank
problem,
you once
sir.
again for your
Apologies accepted.
All right, and Anekan, if I'm correct, is that the right pronunciation? Anekan?
Yes, yes,
After
sir. My
that,
name is Anekan.
is that, okay, female, right?
Yeah, female, sir.
Okay.
To absorb Nigerian shock, I think the first thing, we should know our purpose. We are all created in different countries. God dropped us into each and every country, and we know that we have a purpose. You understand? So we should all know our purpose. Focus on it, you know, because it's a purpose that will drive you and you won't care what government is doing. That's number one. And two, we should be, bring change within ourselves, within your little environment, your confinement. Try and bring positive change. If every home brings changes to their, little environment, I think we will do better. Government won't have any choice than to change. They said if you can't change yourself. If you change starts from us. So if we change ourselves in our little, we will care less about what government is doing. And within time, like the picture they showed us, that positive thinking, it takes time, So with time, government will have to align with us. That's what I think a lot of people have said so many things that, I've even jotted down some, but I think we should know our purpose. Why are you here in Nigeria? Why are things hard? That's not, you just have to know that you are beautifully and wonderfully made and you have a purpose on earth. And that purpose is not tied to government. It's not tied to the way government are doing things. Let's not work up ourselves. I've learned myself to, this little thing I know my purpose, focus on positivity, change my mentality about life, and have a positive mindset, I've learned to move on. In my organization and many other organizations I've seen, a lot of people feels that, they are being brought down because of the way leaders are acting and all that. But I've learned to move on, get something busy, get your life busy. I had to join this organization because I just wanted to get myself, occupied and focused, and I'm so happy with what is going on because maybe I would have been doing some other thing, but I have learned so much since yesterday, and it is giving me a different orientation. I think all of us should just build up. If you can't change, now it said, like when during the election, they said that Nigeria is not ready for Peter Obi, so they are not ready for change. So you yourself, you have to change yourself, to adapt to that shock. That's what we need to do. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, please, the attendance is back on the chat, in the chat room. Can you please assess it? If you have not filled yours, can you please go ahead and fill yours accordingly?
Attendance, I didn't feel yesterday.
Okay, no, I'm just saying it, not to you now, just saying generally. Today, also
but what we are seeing here is Saturday session 2. We didn't see Saturday session 1. Attendance, I mean, please.
Exactly, that's the problem we're having. We have Saturday session 2. He's correct.
No, it has gone up. Don't forget that a lot of it are dropping. It will take it up. Don't worry, I put them to repost it. It will be reposted now.
That is Saturday session 1 for AI.
No,
yes, please.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yesterday was session 1, so today is session 2. Sorry, we wrote Saturday in front of it.
Okay, that's fine. So we're on track then. All right, thank you.
So go ahead. Let me see what I can do from here. Okay, so now we have it there. You can go ahead and fill that. Don't worry. Let's leave out. Let's ignore the Saturday that's written against it. Let's go ahead and do the next. Let's go ahead and get it done. And please, can we please bring our digital hands down? I think by now some of the hands should be paining you. Please bring it down. Bring it down. That's why I don't really know who has spoken, who have not spoken, and all that. Now, I want to bring another perspective to this our discussion. Please permit me to change it now. We have just a few minutes to the next session. We have a few minutes left. I want to bring another perspective. Now, if we must consider productivity, meaning that you say somebody is performing whether as a politician, as a leader, as a senior officer in your office, as a worker, what's the productivity? Now, what does productivity have to do with contentment? You know, I discovered that quite a lot of people look at personal benefits over productivity. Because somebody look at it that, okay, I have been here for 30 years and I am still at this level. But they don't bother about, is the company productive? Are they advancing? Are they improving? Now, the question is, have I contributed enough to advance the cost of where I want to benefit from? Now, my question, simply put, does your contribution have effect on what you expect? Somebody spoke earlier and said, we're asking for so much, but are we giving that much? We're asking for a salary increase. Are we working as much as that? That's where my question is coming from. That are we all agreeing here as HR professionals that do we look at it that your contribution should be the push for your expectation in terms of benefit, and not that my company is big enough to give me this benefit? I don't know if you get what I'm saying. If you understand me, can I ask someone just say yes, I understand?
Yes, I understand, sir.
Yes,
all
I
right.
understand.
The floor is open. Thank you. The floor is open.
I understand.
Okay. Can I go ahead, sir?
Go ahead. Your name, sir?
Okay, my name is Okpara Maxwell Chukudi.
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
Our productivity should be directly proportional to what we take from the company, because the essence of employment or recruitment is to enhance productivity and to meet the company corporate objective. Even in our personal life, it is not normal for you to live from where you did not sow. I use myself as an instance. I have a farm where I plant. So it is what I plant. I go ahead to plant. I plant corn. I am harvesting now, and I have already sown yam, and I'm waiting for the period of harvest for the yam. So it is not the size of the organization, and that is why performance evaluation is part of the key for incentive. So every human resource manager should understand that productivity is what counts when it comes to what you take as an employee. That is my little contribution.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
Is that Elizabeth?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my contribution, you know this saying that goes to whom much is given, much is expected.
Much is expected, yeah.
Yeah, so my contribution is that if you don't give much to the organization, you shouldn't expect much from the organization. So your input or your contribution to the organization should be productive, should be so glaring that the company should be excited to reward you for the job well done. Because I understand as HR professionals, we have reward and incentive. we have different means of giving incentive, recognition, and the likes of it. So if you've done your little bit, it doesn't matter how small, little impact makes a lot of difference. If you've done your bit and the organization recognizes you, you should be rewarded for hard work. Even the Bible, the good book, tells us about reward for hard work. So if you've done your best, you should not be too expectant. Oh, I've not done much, and you're expecting from the company. It doesn't go that way. Even individually, if you run a personal business, you should reward you should not be rewarding laziness, idleness, because that causes a lot of right. People over expect. Okay, and that is where we get organizational politics coming in. You feel like I've not done so much, and because you know somebody, you tend to get rewards and all of that. So we should tend to look at the part where you work and get rewarded for hard work, not the other way around. Thank you very much.
All right, let's have thank God. It's Cihrm. Thank God, Cihrm.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to start by saying the Bible said that he who did not work should not eat. So which means if you must eat, you must work. And what we contribute matters a lot. Just like some other persons have said that those in the office whose contribution, who don't even, for example, now in my office, the people that will first of all blow alarm that salary has not come, are the people that you don't even see in the office. Even when they come to work, they are not always on their seat to work. So our contribution has a lot to do with our earnings, what we get. So if you are not contributing, your contribution is not much, you should expect less, because what you contribute should determine what you are going to get. So like we have now in our country, you discover that some people were saying, so what did you contribute? What are you bringing to the table? So what you bring, whatever you sow, you expect to reap. That is the law. So if you don't sow anything, you are not expected to eat anything from what you sow. That is really why we should have a positive mindset, like the first session this morning talking about AI. So we should have a positive mindset and contribute and expect to earn or receive what we contribute. Thank you.
All right, before the next person, we are going to round up briefly on this one and go to the next session. Now, from what you said now, AI said have a positive mindset, and that means you should be disciplined enough to know that I must contribute to get results. I must do my bit, like the other lady said.
Yes.
I must do my bit to get results. Yeah. Now, the question I want to wrap up with. Thank you. You can off your mic now. Thank you. Let's take some other people now. The last question I want to ask before we go to the next session is that I have come to the office. I have signed in or I have clocked in, and it's time to close. I am going home. I'm clocking out or I'm going home. Have I worked for that day? Meaning that I came to the office. Does that mean I have worked? Does that mean I am qualified to say I am worth getting a benefit for that day or being paid for that day? That I have come to the office. Like you said, somebody was roaming around. Somebody never even started their office. Some are even busy doing their own business. They are selling. Some of them are selling on this. Some of them are selling wares. They are selling things. You know, they keep moving around from one office to the other, and they close. Now, HR, because sometimes we do party thing in the office. That I have come to the office, have I worked for that day?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Am I correct?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm on, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Good morning, sir. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm good. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the privilege for us to be online and then to have this our lecture. I have to just go back to the memory lane. I think so. It was last week. We were doing this reward and recognition program in the office. You know, there's a mark where partiality many. So we have different departments in the office because I work with the ministry here in Abuja. So to speak, one of the DD was saying that that he has a colleague, a staff member that she's always coming to the office early in the morning. She's always in the office, come early in the morning, and then she closes very late. So my director HR now said, is the person productive? Coming to the office very early or being the punctuality does not dictate that, oh, you are adding to the value of to the department or the ministry, so to speak. So the woman was very angry because of the point, because so to speak, because all the documents, the memos will still go pass through the director, and virtually the director knows all the staff members in the department. So at the end of everything, it's not that because you are partiality, it's not that you are productive you are adding value to the ministry or the government or your department. It's not partiality is not a yardstick to measure your value speak to your organization or your
Organization,
department.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
All right.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Hi,
who is
sir.
this?
Yeah, this is Elizabeth again.
No,
Elizabeth.
sorry. Let's take somebody else. Sorry. Let's take somebody else. I'm sorry. Yes.
Let me speak.
So sorry. I beg you. Yeah, Mr. Emmanuel, please.
Yeah. Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
You
sir.
see what I find very interesting in all these things is that I've worked for over 35 years now. Okay, and I've just discovered that what we think we are doing, a lot of us are hirelings. Okay, we just come, earn salary, and go. And you know, hirelings is just like a day job. You go, pay you 500 naira, you walk away. Some of us are not stakeholders. We don't even bother whether this company that is loading goods out every day, what is their expenses? Are they really making profit? What we know is that we have come, let's end the salary. Some organization may be working and they'll be running down. The profit may not be there because every organization, want to make profit first. Yes, want to ensure that the organization get running before you begin to talk of rewarding people. Yes, I don't have any problem with incentive. I don't have any problem with rewarding and all that. But where do you reward from? If you behave like a hireling and you expect the company to still reward you, there is a mistake. Same thing. Also, when you also relate the whole thing to the Nigeria factor. When we go ahead as individuals, as a country, to hire bad leaders, and we expect that we are not going to be put under pressure, and then we are struggling with ourselves. Let me just be rejoicing. Let me just have a positive thinking. Let me just manage myself. I don't want to think about the government and all that. But when we have a duty as a people, okay, to hire good leaders, we say it does not concern us. But after putting bad leaders, they will stay behind to start complaining. This is where we have the problem. Same thing in the organization. When we put on the attitude of hirelings and we expect to be rewarded, it is not possible. That's my take, sir.
Can I now speak, please?
It's 11:30 for the other section.
Okay.
Can we move to the next section, sir?
Please, let's give the moderator a few minutes. We are going into the next section shortly. Sir, we can't hear you. Sir, we can't hear you from our hands.
Sure, but
No, sir, we can't.
It's 11:34.
but I can hear you very well.
We can hear you now. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I think maybe it's the network, but I can hear you very well. Okay. Like I said, Mr. Adedoyin, yes, has done pretty well for himself. Is presently, I said he has led key projects including strategic planning, competency model development, service delivery audits, job analysis, and organizational development. I want to stop by saying that his ambition reached beyond freelance work. In 2020, Mr. Adedoyin achievements and expertise have been recognized by several organizations. He has been ranked as one of the top 50 African influencers by Eganti. I have to say this one, a Silicon Valley-based software development company, and as one of the biggest voices in leadership by Leaders Home, alongside global thought leaders like Simon Sinek, Marshall Goldsmith, and Dave Orris. Permit me this morning, as I welcome on stage to take care of our facilitation, Mr. Adedoyin Adebayo. You are welcome, sir. Have the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Let me try and turn on my camera. I may have to turn it off again. Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Of course, we can hear you loud and clear.
Great, great. I'm so excited to be here to share one or two things, thoughts with the esteemed member of this Cihrm Nigeria. I mean, when I came in, I was like, wow, 240 something. I was actually expecting maybe 5, 10, 10 people, honestly. But I'm so excited, very, very excited in the sense that people are now, they are now honing their learning, right? They want to make their personal development, they want to hone their personal development. And to be sincere, I'm so excited. So I've been given a topic to speak on this morning. Maybe because of our time, I may not be able to do a lot of introduction, but one thing that I'm going to bring to bear in this conversation is that over the years, for almost 2 decades now, I've been involved in working with managers, right? Working with C-level executives, even working with people who are just coming into organizations to snoop around them and to understand some of the context that they are dealing with, they are battling with, right? And one thing that I've come to conclude, or in the course of this work, is that conflict is actually not a bad thing, honestly, to be sincere. But how are we able to, manage conflict in our workplaces? That's just what we're going to, talk about, this morning. Like I always say, conflict is a fact of life, and it will always occur as a result of relationship with people. So even at home, husband and wife, we tend to have misunderstanding, conflict from time to time. But in most cases, we're able to manage it. Even for parents and children, conflict occur from time to time. In public places, conflict occur. But in our workplaces, that's basically what I'm going to talk about today. Please permit me to share my screen. I actually have, so please let me know if you can see my screen, please. Can you see my screen? Yeah, so I'm just quickly going to talk about how we can identify the causes of conflict in workplace relationship, understand the positive and negative roles of conflict, even though sometimes we see conflict as being negative. But the truth is that most of the time, if we are very intentional, the kind of conflicts that that we get into in organizations, we can actually swing it to be a constructive conflict, which is most of the time we call positive conflict, and how we can navigate away from the negative conflict in our organization. Also understand the difference between the conflict management and resolution, then the various conflict management styles, the role of meditation in conflict. Like I said, conflict is a fact of life. We all know, the early human, as we read in the good book, Cain and Abel, it was also a conflict that that happened, and one thing led to the other, that we can then term a negative conflict. But just for us to quickly, appreciate the fact that, when I was given this topic to talk, about, I was like, okay, how many people will actually relate to, conflict management? Because in organizations, it's not often one of the, most talked about, maybe skills or something to look at, even though people do training on conflict management, but maybe it will be the least of all the training. So, and I started digging some fact, looking for some fact. And these are some of the things that I put here. And honestly, the reality is that in organizations where conflict is more negative than positive, you tend to lose a whole lot. In fact, when you look at it from the financial perspective, when you look at it from, in fact, from all angles, when you look at it from the productivity perspective, because now the previous speaker were talking around performance, and you will also understand the fact that most of the time, we record a more conflict between a manager and his reports, the people reporting to that manager. In fact, most of the time. And when you hear people, when you talk to people, they will tell you that, well, the organization is fine, but I just left because of my manager. I've had enough with him. And that's what we see most of the time. If you poll 100 people or 10 people who have left an organization, maybe 8 of them will tell you that, oh, my organization is actually fine, but my manager is the reason why I left that organization. And you can see that
I just put some of these things here. So maybe some of us who probably are working in an organization where we often experience negative conflict. Of course, with time, I'm going to differentiate. We are going to look at the difference between the negative and positive conflict. Then also for us who are HR professionals who are here, it's our responsibilities to ensure that we have an organization with a positive work experience, because now people are yearning for a place where an organization, a culture, a kind of organizational culture where they can work, without having too much of hassles. An organization that is not toxic, whose culture is not toxic, an organization where they work in and they can see that there's so much value that is being added to them. So we can see the statistics here. There's one that says that 85% of employees a statistics conducted by an organization says that 85% of employees experience some level of conflict in the workplace. Again, like I said, conflict is a fact of life and it's a reality in our organizations. We can't totally remove conflict, but when conflict happen in our organizations, is it a positive conflict or a negative conflict? You can even see that maybe some of us who are within the healthcare space, we can see that it's reported that healthcare professionals report the highest level of workplace conflict, with 70% of them experiencing significant levels of stress and conflict as a result of the nature of their work. I think another similar industry is the IT and engineering as well, because it also involves, managing people, managing projects, and all of that. So we can see even there's a cost attached to it. Conflict cost organizations an average of $1,000 per employee per year due to loss in productivity, absenteeism, and turnover. So, for example, if I work in an organization where almost all the time there's a conflict between myself and my manager, so in order to avoid such, most people sometimes they want to form that they want to call in that they are sick, absenteeism. Most people nowadays, now that we all talk about Gen Zs, we hear a lot of people now saying that issues around Gen Z. In fact, the truth is that a lot of them don't want to work in an organization where almost every day there are issues. I've seen someone who worked in an organization that I consulted for some weeks ago, a talent that he came in, well paid. Just after 2 weeks, he started, there was this manager who has also been seen as a performer, but has a lot of personality issues. This talent came in 2 weeks after he resigned and he left. In fact, I can tell you, I can give examples of several people who have left an organization as a result of this negative, conflict happening between them, their co-workers, their leaders, and a whole lot of that. So, but here is it. As professionals that we are, we need to begin to be conscious and begin to be deliberate about the kind of conflict that is happening in our organization. Is it positive? Is it negative? And how are we able to manage these situations? Now, let's just quickly look at, so that all of us will come to, I like a situation where we all come to terms in terms of, definition, because we are all adult learners, and it's important that we all agree, what it means. So just for us to agree here, we define conflicts as perceived difference in interest or opinions. So for example, myself and Mr. Emmanuel, maybe we have different interests. So he wants to pursue something else within our organization, and I want to pursue something different. Now, if we don't get to reach an agreement, and it becomes a situation whereby we are not able to manage that situation very well, it becomes, it could lead to a conflict. So we have different interests, we have different opinions. Even in meetings, we've seen several times where people in meetings, ordinary conversation that we should have in such a way that it can lead us, it can lead the organization to a better state. It becomes a situation whereby this person wants his voice to be heard, another person wants his voice to be heard, and it leads to a situation whereby the whole thing becomes a negative, it turns to a negative situation. I always say this, that adults that we have, first of all, we must be conscious of the fact that we are adults. One. Then two, we must come to terms, or we must also be conscious of what we call empathy. So what do I mean by that? Now, I want to put myself in another person's shoes. I want to understand I want to come to the same understanding where maybe Mr. John is speaking from. Because if I want to argue, or if I want my opinion to supersede the other, without understanding the perspective, the viewpoint where another person is sharing or is coming from, definitely most of the time it leads to conflict. Then conflict is also defined as an antagonistic state or action. Of course, that's very, very simple, where you become critical of another person without understanding his standpoint or point of view. So all you want to do is to become very antagonistic of the person's state or action. Then, of course, also we can say that conflict is a belief that current aspirations of conflicting parties, of two different parties or more now, cannot be simultaneously achieved. So everybody has aspirations. Everybody has different opinions, different interests, different agenda, right? But in a situation whereby we cannot come together as one to reach a conclusion, to reach, to come to a standpoint and reach a conclusion that, oh, this is where this is a common ground for all of us, then in that situation, conflict also can arise. So for us as professionals, it's important that we understand that conflict, as defined here, is a state of perceived difference or differences in interest or opinions. It could also be a state of antagonistic, where you are very critical of another person's opinion or interest, or goals or anything like that. Now, I want us to, agree that conflict is inevitable. And I've said this over and over again. That's why I said conflict is a fact of life. And it will always occur as a result of relationship with people. But combat is optional, where we become very combative, where we become very, where we become very toxic in terms of, talking down on people's personality. I always say this, that, see, as a manager, one of the things that, I've said this over and over again, and a lot of people have said, well, it's open to debate. As a manager, my business is not about your personality as much as personality is very important. In fact, I read a quote from Peter Drucker years ago, who said that the business of a manager is not about someone's personality, because the truth is that personality has been formed over the years. When we work in an organization, I probably may not be able to change your personality, and that's the truth. Most of the time, people get to form personality as early as 5 years. As early as 5 years, people, and that's why when we see our kids at home, we begin to identify certain personalities with them. It's not that we can't change personality, but it will take a lot of time. And the truth is that people guard their personality very well, very well. But as a manager, one of the things that I'm so particular about are the behaviors of the people that we work together. And when we say behaviors are actually skills. Of course, behavior is a mix of so many things. You find skills in behavior. You find motives in behavior. You find, of course, even personality you find in behavior. But yeah, you also find attitudes in behavior. It's a combination of so many things. But I will focus more on the behaviors to understand the behaviors of all the people that I work with or work in my organization, in order to begin to manage the situation. Because the truth is that one of the things that I have seen that leads to conflict most of the time is because people don't understand the difference between behaviors and personalities. So as a manager and as professionals that we are, the focus for us more should be on behaviors. So if I look at someone who is probably even exhibiting a negative behavior in an organization, so if I focus on this person and over again, I give this person feedback, I support this person in order to come to terms with this behavior, because most of the time, a lot of us, we have what we call blind spots. So sometimes when you tell someone that, oh, you exhibit this certain behavior, the person will come to that state of shock. Really? I've seen a direct report who was reporting to me. I gave the guy feedback some time ago. This guy happens to be a dominator. Most of the time during meetings, this guy will come, he wants to speak. In fact, he will spend almost 30 minutes speaking. He won't want to allow that person to speak. And the day I gave him feedback that, oh, I mean, so things, I've observed this behavior about you. I mentioned like 2 or 3 instances. The first thing is that he became very combative. He said, no, really, he contested it. But thank God, I have an understanding of what we call the Kubler-Ross of giving feedback, where when you are giving someone feedback for the first time, this person may go into a state of shock. So I definitely, when he was even trying to raise his voice, I didn't say anything, but I now cited examples for him that, when we had meetings so time, you spent all the time, you didn't even allow other people to speak. When this lady was trying to speak, you shouted on her that no. You were like, you dominated all the conversation. And this is also even instances when we go out on marketing drive. These are some of the. So I cited a lot of examples for him, and I waited for his opinion. If I didn't understand how to manage this situation, this would have led to a conflict. And after some days, it came back to me that, boss, truly, that thing that you said is actually very true. I've also gone back to look at it, but nobody has ever told me. That's what he said. Nobody has ever told me this. That, in fact, that's the first time. And what did I do? I didn't just leave him to just go about his life. I offered a lot of help to support him. In fact, the first thing I did, was to take him through a session on, first of all, when we identify, I also made him to understand the impact of that behavior on the business and on the team. And of course, maybe the consequences. So if you find yourself in a situation whereby you are exhibiting this behavior, you find out that people will just come to the meeting. If you happen to even be the manager, people will just come to the meeting, they won't speak, you will just be the only one driving the conversation, and nothing will happen at the end of the day. Now, like I said, there are positive conflicts and there are negative conflicts. In fact, positive conflict, when we look at the positive conflict in our organization, it comes with a lot of advantages. And that is why, for those of us HR professionals, that is why now we need, one of the skills that we need to be able to build is the ability to shape the culture of the organization. In fact, most of the time, I see a lot of HR professionals who are not, who don't have the right skills when it comes to, shaping the culture of an organization where they work. They just watch things go like that. And the truth is that if you don't build yourself to a certain level, whereby you can go to the business owners, leaders, stakeholders, and let them see the implication of certain things on the organization. So if you allow managers to exhibit certain behaviors, those behaviors at the end of the day can damage the reputation of your organization. Not just only damage the reputation of your organization, it will have a negative impact on the bottom line. It will reduce productivity. It will increase the stress of your people. And when all these negative things happen in your organization, what do you think it will lead to? It will lead to some of those factors that we identified initially. Absenteeism. It will lead to high turnover rates. You see that in some organizations today, in fact, not some, in most organizations today, where you have a high turnover rate, it's as a result of what? It's as a result of some of these cultural issues. I was speaking to, I made a presentation to some executives some months ago. In fact, I'm not sure that I've ever heard that before. It's an oil and gas company, and I won't mention the name. One of the EDs that we met told me that the attrition rate in that organization, the turnover rate in the organization over the years has been about 50-something%. So what it means is that at every point in time, when you gather 10 people together in that organization, 5 people will leave. So, and I started asking, probing further, so what are some of the issues that, you see happening, why people leave? He said, apart from, money, which is not really an issue, that it's got some managers who are unable to manage their teams for effectiveness. And as a result of that, there are several conflicts, management issues that happen in that organization. In fact, he cited an example of some people who fought within the, in the organization, and the next thing they did was to sack they sacked them. And I said that, well, you asked us to come and to pitch for a conflict management training, and I told him that, see, we can do conflict management training, but the truth is that alone will not solve the problem. Everything has to be looked into, from the way people are hired to the way people, the four E's of employees, from the way people are employed to the way people are engaged, even to the way people are, what was that third E, and to the way people are, exit the organization. So you need to look at that critically. And that's when we started working with him, first of all, looked at the culture of the organization, and we found out that is a very toxic culture, even from the leaders rather. It's a very toxic culture. It's a culture that people cannot communicate openly. It's a culture that performance, I mean, we're talking about performance the other time. And one of the things that we have seen that actually makes, is one of the factors of high conflict in organization, most especially between managers, when expectations are not clearly defined. And I ask you, for those of us that are here today, have you had a one-on-one conversation with your manager in the last 6 months or 3 months to agree on expectations? Expectations actually change from time to time. Expectations change. Even the current KPIs that you have, that you feel that, oh, this is what we are, what we are working on. Have you gone back to your manager to say that, oh, based on the realities of the world that we are in right now, or based on the environment of our business, are these expectations still very, is this something that is still binding between the two of us? Do you have a job description that actually defines what you do on a date? I'm talking to us based on some of the things that we see, not even in terms of theory now. Because when people come to an organization, they hand over job descriptions to them. And you will hear something like, she's not even doing what we employed her to do. She doesn't even understand, the things that we want her to do. We are not even talking about performance now. We are talking even about role clarity. Are you very clear about your role? And if you are not clear about your role, have you established a one-on-one meeting with your manager to make clarification? And for those of us who are managers here, are we doing that from time to time? See, management is is daily now. Management is daily. In fact, it's hourly. Don't assume that, oh, this person knows how to do it. I lead a team of about 10 people. From time to time, we have conversation. We are chatting, we are calling, we are talking. They have access to me. I am not giving them order, but I'm like a coach guiding them, putting them through. Oh, they come with some challenges. Oh, manager, these are some of the things that we want to do. Should we go ahead? I said, fine. They have free hands to work. Even when I'm there, they can deliver value. But are we that kind of manager, or are we that kind of HR professionals who are putting some of these things in place in our team? Do we encourage innovation? If the culture of your organization is very hierarchical, definitely it will stifle innovation. Is your organization that communication happens freely? I'm just giving out some of the things that can actually reduce, if we see some of these things very prevalent in our organization, definitely conflict will happen. Do we encourage innovation? Is communication open in our organization? Can I walk up to my boss and talk to him that, oh, Oga, some of the things that you have done, can I even correct my boss or my bosses? Is our organization that kind of organization where we are strengthening relationship? To be sincere, we spend the highest number of hours in organizations these days. My kind of work is remote. 90% of the time I work remotely. And you'll find out that 90% of the time, honestly, I'm relating more even with these people than my people at home, even when my kids are at home. So are we strengthening relationship? Are we building that kind of culture where relationship is being strengthened? Do we value ourselves? Do we value one another? Because the truth is that the world of work right now has changed 360 degrees. And as professionals that we are, we need to begin to look out for those pointers. We need to look out for those things that will help us build a positive organization. Now, Having said that, I mentioned that I'll talk about the constructive conflict and destructive conflict. Now, when we talk about constructive conflict, we are talking about the positives. The positives, some of the things that I've mentioned before. When conflict occur between myself and any of my team members, is it that kind of conflict that will lead us to improvement of maybe our processes? So maybe myself and John, we are arguing. He's saying that there's a need for us to improve our processes. Maybe we have about 10 steps to deliver value to our customers. And John is telling me that, hey, Adedoyin, we need to collapse, we need to collapse these processes. We need to eliminate some steps. And I'm not looking at his own side. Or I'm looking at his, he presents this as a case to me. And we come to an agreement. And all of a sudden, we're able to collapse those processes. And what happens? We're now beginning to see more customers. That's a kind of constructive conflict that can happen in an organization. Then the kind of constructive conflict that can happen in an organization is that kind of conflict that leads us to growth, opportunity for growth. When maybe you are able to challenge your manager and say that, oh, manager, rather than for us to use this approach to win this business, why not let us do this? I've in my organization in the past, when I was working in the bank, I've given my manager we had a debate where we were given a target, to increase our deposit in that particular branch. And the bank that I was working then gave us a rule that the minimum you can do to open any account, even a savings account, is 50,000. And we were in a location whereby to even get that kind of people that I'm talking about about 2 decades ago, the people that will come with that kind of money, maybe they will come from faraway places. This is a market branch, this is a market location. And we started debating. I told my man, we had a very constructive, like conflict. So I told my manager that, sir, we need to adopt an approach called a critical mass approach to marketing. He said he's hearing that for the first time. I said, what do we do? We'll move from one place to another to market savings to these people. And anybody who comes and says that he wants to open an account with 1,000, we will open the account. He said, no, the bank does not give that rule. The bank does not give that. We argued about it. I said, sir, from what I have done, from research that I have carried out, nobody will come to this branch and put 50,000 naira down. He said, okay, the thing I will do is that nobody should go and open an account without my approval. So I started. I brought some accounts. These are people selling, cement. These are people doing petty work in that account. I remember an account that I opened with 1,000 naira. After about 2 months, this account rose to 50 million, sorry. After about 2 months, this guy, I will go to his shop and pick cash. I will pick cash, I will deposit it there. I will pick cash and deposit it there. When they now called my branch manager that, what did he do to increase our savings? He went for a zonal meeting. It just said he couldn't say anything. That it was like, they saw him as a champion. And that's the approach. That's a constructive conflict. Opportunity for growth, not just only the bottom line of the organization. Individually, we were able to grow. Another example that we can give is a kind of conflict that leads to innovation. Because the truth is that when you have a situation whereby you have constructive conflict, it's more like a debate. It's not that we are fighting for something, but we are presenting our case in such a way that I'm trying to let the other person, see my opinion. That's what can serve as a constructive conflict. The other one is the destructive conflict is the other way around, where we are just out there to damage, the team cohesion. We are just there to speak down on one another. We are just there to backbite. We are just there to, low morale of the people, where almost every time we are arguing, our argument will not lead to, anything. A situation whereby people are coming, we are not giving them direction. People are fighting over resources, conflict everywhere. I mean, that's a kind of destructive, conflict. But there's perspective of a neutral space that says that, of course, it's just a situation whereby some people are saying that conflict is inevitable in an organization. And before any conflict will happen, there must be personality difference. There must be value clash, value difference. There must be difference in diversity. That's just the neutral school of thought on conflict. What they are saying that, hey, conflict will happen. It's inevitable. And conflict will happen as a result of some of these things. So if we are in an organization and we understand the nuances, we understand the basis of personalities, we understand the basis of the values of our people, we understand the diversity of our people, definitely we can shape the kind of conflict, that happen in our organization. I don't know if I can pause, if probably there's a question that I need to quickly attend to. Yeah, or I should continue. I don't know if I'm flowing. So Nwanko Victoria, thank you for the way you humble the director. Some directors are like that. They are the only ones that should be heard. Other people don't matter and should not have a say. I get you. I mean, these are the realities that we see in organization. I have an experience where I was blamed for something the CEO did that affected the organization negatively simply because I did not act fast. Wow. Really toxic management, sir. Exactly. Definition of job expectation is crucial. Yeah, very, very crucial. Please don't miss it. If you don't have a job description is a live document. It's not just something they share with us and we keep. It's an important document. In fact, from time to time, after about a month or two, I sit down with my team to review our job description. What has changed? What has changed? So that we don't want to have a situation whereby we are shouting at, we're all adults too, honestly. And we should create an organization and a team whereby everybody wants to come to work. Everybody wants to perform. Because the whole essence of any organization is performance. Whether you are running a non-for-profit, it's performance. Performance, we can then define it the way we want to define it. Whether monetary terms, whether customer terms, whether in another terms, whether the number of people that we have added value is performance. That's the essence of any organization. And when we have all these things not clearly defined, and we have an organization whereby conflict almost every day, from time to time conflict, you find out that people will not, see, it's all about experience. When I go to buy from a particular shop and I have to queue for a very long time, the process of payment is something that I have to stay for hours. It's an experience, the same way with conflict. When I work in an organization or I work with a CEO or I have a spouse such that almost all the time is negative, we will fight. We will argue over interest. We will argue over resources. We will argue over values. Definitely, it will get to a time I will just begin to withdraw. And those are the things that will have a huge impact on the bottom line of the relationship. Now, let's quickly move on because, of our time. I really want to take a lot of questions. Yeah. So now, I put it. Sorry, Elia. I will still come to. I just quickly want to wrap up so that I can take a lot of questions. Yeah. So types of conflict could happen as a result of interest. I've said that over and over. Could happen as a result of different values, right? This person loves, this person's value is this. Another person's value is that. And we are not coming to conclusion. We are not coming to an agreement to say that, because we have a goal as an organization, because we also don't want to damage relationship. Let's leave apart our values and come to a conclusion. That happens most of the time. Leadership, personality, ethics. I mean, these are some of the things that we can easily relate with. I've talked a lot about personality. My personality is the kind of personality that I want my work to, be prim and proper. I will spend hours on proposals. I want to ensure that I dot my I's, I cross my T's. Maybe John does not have time. John will just say that, hey, Oga, let us send this proposal and win this business. He's focused on winning. But me, I'm focused on all those small things. Those are things that can come out as personality. Maybe someone is quite quite finicky. Yeah. Is finicky, he wants to, in fact, at the end of the day, he may not even be able to submit that proposal. Someone's personality may be someone who likes to procrastinate, and another person. So we need to, one of the qualities that we need to come with as professionals in organizations today is self-awareness. And when you are aware of self, awareness of others. So this is how, this is who Doyin is. These are his personalities. These are his interests. These are his values. The truth is that if you don't understand me, if you don't know me, you can't understand my interest. You can't understand my values. And the truth is that if you understand me, if you understand yourself very well, if you are self-aware, definitely you will tend to also be aware of your team members. That's one thing that self-awareness does. Not just only to be aware of yourself, you must also be aware of others. And as HR, as professionals that we are, it's our responsibilities to begin to know the awareness of the people that work in our organization, because it will help us in terms of even team formation. You don't want to put 2 Ds in the same team without even someone like an I. A D is a typical dominant person, personality type, someone that wants to achieve. I mean, I've had 2 Ds on the team before. Conflict almost every day. This one wants to, there was a time we had just only 1 car. This one will rush out to take the team's car. This other one will be calling, where are you? Are you supposed to, at the end of the day, we had to move one to another team. We created another team for another. So that's why, as professionals, we need to have a better understanding of people's personalities, understand people, understand their, how aware they are. Of course, I've also mentioned some of these things. Poor communication. Yeah, most managers, please let us communicate. It's important. Poor communication. The thing is that I will say that, do I want to spoon feed him? He's a graduate now and he's employed. He should figure things out. No, sir. No, sir. Let us communicate as if we are communicating with a 6-year-old. I say it all the time. Communicate, communicate, communicate as a manager. You can't have enough of it. Communicate, 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 communicate. Don't assume. A lot of people don't know. And the truth is that when you have worked with people, even some people who graduated with a first class, and you write a simple email to them and you find out that they don't even understand it. That's when you'll be shocked that you must communicate in such a way that someone will understand. And I see a lot of the time when we communicate, we don't communicate with the intention of seeking an action or change. That's when communication becomes effective. But of course, this is not a communication class. So we need to communicate. Resource scarcity. We don't have enough resources. So Team A may feel that, you are giving an advantage to Team B because you are from the same, You are from the same state. You know, these are some of the things that we see. And to be sincere, these are based on experience, resource scarcity. Team A will come to the meeting and say that at the head of Team A, you gave them you know, all the things that they wanted to do, you approved it, and our team, the whole thing will scatter. Difference in goals, values, expectations, role and ambiguity. I've seen that a lot too. When people will be reporting to two managers, there's nothing bad in reporting to two managers, but are they clearly, have you clearly spelled out, you know, the level of reporting? Sometimes it will give an information to this manager. Another manager will become very angry and say that, oh, you know, our structure, a lot of organizational structure are designed, not designed to help the business, but designed to create coercion. Designed to create confusion. That's what I've seen. I mean, working with a couple of organizations now to help them with their organizational structure, I have seen a lot, no design principles around it. The organizational structure was just created just for the sake of it. And you find out that even this organization, we can't even finish that conversation. Reporting relationships and strategy, I mentioned that. Personality clashes, then workload imbalance. Most of the time, the kind of workload that we give to people, it can actually make them to bottle up. You know, you'll be taking the responsibility. And at a point in time, when you as a manager, you are not sensitive, this person will just break down and tear off and say, is it only me? So the time where we are now working remotely, we should actually understand people and help them create a good work-life balance and workload balance as well. On clear policies and procedures as HR, do we have a policy on conflict management and how you can manage conflict in the organization? Are policies clearly stated, even in certain areas? Because the truth is that if your policies are not stated, are not clearly defined as to some of the things that you see in organizations, it will lead to conflict. In fact, it will lead to a conflict in such a way that they might even sue your organization. So we don't want to get, into such situation. I've talked about resource scarcity. We need to be able to do fair distribution of resources. We also need to be able to prioritize. Prioritization is very key. So when we are given team a particular resource, maybe people, maybe financial, we need to be able to explain that it's based on priority. That's why we're doing that. I think I've talked a lot about role ambiguity. Clear JDs, you have to, look at your JD. Regular reviews must happen between managers and their reportees. This is just also one thing that we need to know. Approaches to conflict management. Yes. We have the interest-based, like I've said before. When you have people who are probably fighting over something, you just don't want to judge them. You want to understand their interest. What are their needs? What are their aspirations? What are their fears? So you are coming as a mediator, or you trying to, as a manager or whatever, you want to look at the interest and you want to create what we call win-win. In fact, the interest-based approach to conflict management leads to what we call win-win, situation, because you want to listen to me. You want to understand my interests. You want to understand my fears. You want to understand my aspirations before you make your judgment. The right-based approach is actually derived from laws, just my right, from customs, from policies, and a whole lot of that. And most of the time, that leads to what we call win-lose. Because by the time John goes to the policy and says that my policy states, my polity says, the law says, so at the end of the day, you give judgment to John over myself, and that's a win-lose. Most of the time, it's win-lose. And of course, the power-based approach is a situation whereby, someone actually wants to deploy all the power that he has over another to, it could be money, it could be people, to win that conflict. That's usually also like of course, Yeah. So just for us to quickly, finalize, I think I put here, interest-based relation approach. How do you approach that? Relationship at first priority, separate people and problems, focus on interest presented, and a whole lot of that. I can share this with us. I've talked about this. Win-win, that's interest-based. Lose-lose. In fact, the power-based also comes to lose-lose. They will say that rather than for me to lose, we'll both lose. We'll both lose it. I don't even want it, and I won't allow the other person to also, win it. Win-lose. That's the right-based most of the time. Of course, for us, if we want to initiate any policy on conflict resolution, we have to define and understand the conflict, gather information, consider all alternatives, agree. I mean, these are some of the things that we have talked about. There's actually a case study here. Let me see if we have a time. This is 12:29. Okay, we still have some time. Yeah, we still have, yeah. I want us to look at this just for us to, I think we are done. We are done, yeah. I want us to look at this. Okay, maybe I should explain this. Then we can then look at the case study if we can figure out anything from it. I like my class to be very active. If this were to be physical, we'll break out into several groups to have this conversation. So this is a conflict handling tools as well that looks at the importance of achieving goal, right, on the x-axis, on the y-axis, and the importance of relationship, how important that relationship is to us. Now, on the lower part of it, of the importance we have avoiding, and on the higher part of it, we have accommodating. Now, when we have a situation whereby someone wants to avoid a conflict, that simply means that that person, he doesn't want to be confrontational. In fact, it says here, one or both parties seek to suppress the conflict. He doesn't want to achieve the goal of that conflict, and at the same time, he doesn't care about the relationship. And you will see, of course, that the adjective, the verb there can give more insight to it. Here, when someone is accommodating, so it means that he's low in terms of achieving the goal of what he wants to achieve, and at the same time, he wants to preserve the relationship. That's what it means. One party yields the win to the other party. He values that relationship. So it's foregoing his own goal of what he wants to achieve that has probably brought that conflict, but he wants to keep the relationship. This guy is a middleman. He doesn't want to hurt the relationship, and at the same time, he doesn't want to achieve the goal. He sits on the fence. Now, this guy is competing. He's very competing. He's a competing guy. He is particular about his goal. He doesn't care about you, the relationship. And when we see such kind of people, we need to be very careful. In fact, there are some instances. I'm not saying that we can't even adopt some of these. We can use these styles. It depends on the situation where we found ourselves. Maybe because of the time, we may not be able to go in-depthly to say that this is in a situation like this is what you should use. But what this says is that one party seeks to satisfy his own personal interest, his own ego, his own aspirations, everything, regardless of impact to other party. Can bruise you. This guy is a collaborating guy. Is so particular about the goal. At the same time, he wants to achieve the goal, and at the same time, he wants to manage the relationship. He wants to keep the relationship, even though it's not so easy, because you need time, you need to understand the issue, who are the people involved, and all of that. And that's what informed this case study that I put here. I don't know if we can just quickly read it and maybe ask a question. How do you think they can manage this relationship based on the explanation that I've given? Just in 5 minutes. Just in 5 minutes. How are they doing an LA? Just in 5 minutes. And maybe there will be a gift. Let me allow the organizer to, if there's a gift that we will give to the person who is able to analyze very, very well. Oh, can you be more audible? Sorry, can you hear me very well now? Yeah, can you hear me very well now? Yeah, so let's look at Adedoyin and Ellen's were charged with the task of bringing new customers to the company. Adedoyin wants to use direct mail to bring attention to the company's offering. And Ellen wants to move forward with an expensive television ad campaign, right? I want to use direct mail. Now, Adedoyin thinks that Ellen is wasting a lot of money putting the message out there for an untargeted audience of viewers. And Ellen thinks that Adedoyin is wasting money by sending something out that is just going to get tossed in the trash. So this has become a sort of a conflict between myself and Ellen. How do you think we can resolve this using this tool? Is there anyone who can help? Raise your hand, please, if you want to help. Okay, maybe we can hear from, okay. People are now raising their hands, so let's hear from Nkem. Yeah, Nkem will, Nkem, Elizabeth, and Elia. Those three people will just speak to us, then we'll wrap it up for others who probably want to ask questions. Yeah, so let's do this. Over to you. Can you unmute? Nkem, please, let's hear from you. Sorry, it's Nkem here.
Okay, hello.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, we can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
To me, in the interest of growing the company, the two of them can come to a compromise. Find a middle course in these two suggestions, because no suggestion is totally out of point. It's just about seeing the positive in every little suggestion to move the company forward. So if only two of them can come together and get to a middle course, I believe they can combine efforts to make it better and still meet their target audience and grow the company better.
Okay. Let's hear from Elia. Elia, then after Elizabeth will talk then. Yeah. Elia, over to you. Elia Dunia.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Yes. In this very present case, since this matter has to do with company policy and they are trying to improve patronage and build a customer base, just like you said, the importance of achieving the organizational goal will direct me to look at collaboration as well as compromise, because the two of them would come together to look at what the organizational goal is to the company and to the organization and to them as employees. The moment they look at how both ideas can be fused together, they will find out that whether you throw out an email or you go on advertisements, the idea is to reach out to your audience. Whether you like it or not, somebody would see it and will be arrested by the content and the message that there is. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Leah, I want you to take a position. Are you saying the approach should be compromise or collaborating?
Should there be no room for hybrid? I look at both areas as necessary. But if I must take a stand, I think we can talk of collaboration. So then compromise also. Yes.
Okay. Let's hear from Elizabeth. Yeah, Elizabeth, kindly unmute and share your thoughts.
Okay, hi, good morning, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
I think I will go with the collaborative style.
Okay.
So both parties can come together. Where both parties can come together, because for me, the goal is winning customers, is enhancing the productivity of the company, performance and all of that. So we are all working towards the same goals and objectives. So basically we come together, we try as much as possible to actualize our various goals, provided it is heading towards one direction. So I will go with collaborating, so they can achieve the goals of the company.
The goals of the company. Yeah, thank you. It's actually collaborating. Yeah. Because if we say compromise, we are, at the end of the day, someone will not be satisfied, right? We're just managing the situation. And at the end of the day, we are also average in terms of our goal. So it's collaboration. At this stage, we need to find, come together, both parties. We don't want to, because we are team members, right? We want to maintain the relationship. We are still working together. We'll still continue to see ourselves. And at the same time, we want the organization to achieve the goal. And that's the goal. The goal of what? Bringing in new customers to the company. That has been established in the strategy of the organization, or as one of the objectives. So if we say that we want to bring in 1,000 new customers as a result of this initiative, and we are just doing 500, would we say we have achieved performance? Maybe 50, maybe average. So in this case, we need to collaborate. And that is why in organizations today, collaboration is very, very key. In fact, we need to build our team. We need to build our culture around collaboration. And it's very simple. So if maybe sales team, they are income driven, they are target driven. There is actually another team in-house who probably will provide some sort of support. So, and you see that the way we structured our organization most of the time, which I said the other time, actually even promotes a situation whereby there is no coercion within the team. We don't promote collaboration in most organizations as a result of the way we are structured. Maybe a team, even within team, we've seen a situation whereby people are not collaborating. Someone has an information about the business that we can win, and this person is holding back that information. You know that we are pursuing a business, we are chasing a prospect. You have an information, maybe your uncle is there or someone that you know is there, and this person is hiding this information. So the way we are structured most of the time, and that is why you see that I've said promote a lot of negative conflict in organization. Of course, conflict handling in contractual terms, consultation, negotiation, conciliation. One thing that I would like to say, because it's also, we're also meant to talk about mediation. Mediation is a situation whereby you are using a neutral third party, to facilitate discussion and resolution. Maybe myself, like the case of that case study now, we're now bringing in, a third party to help us, mediate in it. That's just mediation. And tools and techniques that HR professionals that we can use. Mediation, when you see that there's a lot of conflict. You also can initiate a conflict resolution workshops, training session like this to train managers, give them the right tools, give them the ability to manage the situation, talk to them around emotional intelligence. I've seen that a lot of people lack emotional intelligence in the workplace. Honestly, if we all have that, you'll find out that we'll reduce a lot of, conflict that happen in our organization. A whole lot of conflict that happen in our organization will reduce it. Surveys and feedback tools. I said something about giving feedback the other time. Again, it's also one area that a lot of us are struggling. We don't know how to give feedback. Yeah, a lot of people. In fact, managers are because of course it's a tool for managers in terms of helping people to perform. There are several feedback tools that we need to know how to use to give people feedback. It's not just that, you are a perpetual. I did a training where a manager and one of this manager's top talents, they were fighting. There is an issue. The lady said that my manager doesn't give a damn. The way she sees it is the way she will talk it. Remember, we are not dealing with her. We are not dealing with kids. We are dealing with adults. The manager said that you are a perpetual latecomer. That word perpetual, you are attacking personality. So I sat the two of them down. I taught them how to give feedback. So manager, give this person. In fact, when we started having the conversation, we found out that the lady, she's been struggling with managing time over the years. And it's the same thing she brought to the workplace. So someone like that, when you're not saying perpetual, you are attacking personality. We need to be careful, Then clear documentation, we have policies around some of these things. And so disciplinary procedure should start from informal talk, oral warning or reprimand, formal writing warning, disciplinary sanctions, then dismissal. We all know that. Yeah, so I'll take some questions. Right. I'll take questions. Yeah. Let me take questions. I don't know if we can organize this. We have just 15 minutes left. Yeah. I'd like to take questions and feedback. How do we go about it? If you have answered question before, I won't want to call you immediately. Let me call Salami Koinde, Bolanle, and Esther. Those are the three people that will, then the Dr. Odiasi too will, we ask his question. Then any other, if we still have the time, we can take more questions. But let's do in that order, the names that I've called. So please unmute and ask your question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for this session. Well thought and very articulate. My question is, I know my question is also cut across the other session we had in the morning. In a situation where you are in a toxic environment, the workplace you are is a toxic environment, and you try as HR to bring the positive vibe to the staffs. But because of the way the environment is structured, like you said, and most of our organizations are not structured to allow collaboration, to allow creativity. So how can one, as the HR, manage conflict when the conflict is actually caused because of the environment, because of the setting, because of the structure of the organization? Do you get my question, sir?
So, yeah, very well. So the first thing is that when you find yourself in such an environment, I always say this, it's always a difficult one to do, to be sincere. See, it's not about the when we say toxic environment, it's not about, there's no toxic workplace. Let me put it that way. There's no toxic workplace, but toxic people, right? So when you find yourself in a situation whereby you have a lot of toxic leaders, toxic managers, the truth is that if you and maybe the business owner or the person who can initiate that change have not come to that awareness and agree that, hey, from the current situation now, our organization can be termed as being toxic. Awareness is the first thing, because the truth is that a lot of these organizations, they hide under what we call performance drive. Yeah, I worked in an organization whereby, I won't mention the name, whereby my boss's boss will go for NPR like this. You will see women, they will go and be taking paracetamol, Panadol. In fact, some guys will go and shack. Because during that performance review, which we do monthly, it was from that session that I heard something that human was likened to a native fowl. I've never heard that there's a native fowl before. A woman was likened that to be a native fowl. So if we don't come to the awareness that, oh, our organization or our managers, yeah, like I said, it used to be people, were actually toxic. Because the truth is that, see, you may see toxicity in an organization, and another person will come and will not see toxicity in it. I'll use a typical example of there's this article I read about Netflix. I mean, a lot of people went and started talking about Netflix, that the organization is a toxic one, whereby it's about performance. Your manager will ensure that, they were driving performance. But they sampled an opinion of another person who said that, well, it's been used to that. Not even one, a lot of people who said that, well, it's been used to that. In fact, it cannot work in an organization where there is no tension. So that's why I said that it's about the leaders, and it's about coming to that realization, that awareness. If you come to that awareness, and the business owner, the people who can drive, who can sponsor the change, maybe you will be the one to drive the change. You cannot come to that conclusion that we're actually toxic and we need to do something. That is when you can get result, or that is when you can get traction. If you can't do that, honestly, my brother, you may be consumed by that. I think that's just my answer for that, to be sincere. I don't know if that answers your question. Yes. Because toxicity is not, it's not easy. It's not something you can say you are developing policies, you are developing strategy. No. You need to do in fact, it's like changing the culture. And you have to define so many things, how people will behave. You have to, the values that you want people to exhibit, you define it to the extent of even recruiting people. It permeates every other initiatives, HR initiatives that you do, the way you pay people, the way you reward people, the things you drive in your performance, not just only in that people, in the managers, because you also need to be watching out for these values in the managers. Where are they managing people the right way? So if you can't manage those kind of work, honestly, my brother, run. That's it. It's always a tough one, to be sincere. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. Any other question? Okay, let's hear from Dr. Diase, Esther, and the other person. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon. Okay, good. Thank you very much for the facilitation so far. Very insightful and educative. The question is on the intrapersonal conflict. Intrapersonal conflict. This type of conflict occurs within an individual involving struggles, between competing desires, needs, or beliefs. And especially when the person is torn between his personal values and values or expected of him by others. For example, a bank cashier who is expected to remain polite to customers upon provocation just to maintain relationship with that customers. I can resonate with what you were talking about. I was a banker as well. You can't, there's no way you are expected to talk back at customers, no matter the provocation. But the question is, intrapersonal conflict, we tend to like play down on it so much. All that we've said so far has to do with perhaps, interpersonal, between one person and another.
Yes.
You understand? But don't you think that intrapersonal conflict holds sway more than the interpersonal? Because if a person is not okay enough, emotionally, psychologically, this, of course, will impact negatively on the person's productivity. What's your take on that?
Well, so intrapersonal conflict is actually, to me, I'll say it's kind of psychological, right? And what I tell people about that is that, see, you need to, let me give you an example. I had a colleague, a manager, a supervisor years ago who was very young. In fact, I was older than her, right? And I saw that she was battling with so many things. And one of the things that she would do very early in the morning is that when you greet her, she won't answer you. When you say some things like cracking some jokes, she'll probably look at you and like, I used to be early in the morning. So she was initially in a customer-facing role before, they moved her to her team. When she came to her team, we were very lively. Of course, sales guys, business development are always very lively, and all of that. So she wanted to transfer that energy to us, right? But there's something that we typically do in the morning before we go out for sales and all that. We'll eat, we'll take tea, we'll take burger, and all of that. But this lady particularly will just sit in her space, battling with some of these internal conflicts, value conflict, emotional conflict, dissonance, and so many other things like that, right? So we started, so sometimes when we now wanted to go and buy snacks in the morning, like burger or something, we will include our own, we will include. But we just found out that when we were doing that, she was opening up. She was opening up. She was opening up. Until one day we now started talking. And we said, unfortunately, we bear the same name. And I asked her that, so what happened? We noticed that since we started eating together, buying food for you, you became more lively. She now said a word that, don't you people know that when I have not eaten in the morning, I tend to be very cranky and I tend to be very solid. That came from an angle of someone who is not self-aware. So I started talking to her. So why this? What happened? She started sharing her story. See, some of the things that you see people display today is as a result of how their experience over the years. The way you act today is not something that you pick up yesterday. It's as a result of the things that you have seen. Experience has shaped who you are. So when you see someone who is displaying this kind of, like you say, intrapersonal conflict, it's an internal struggle. Yeah, it's really an internal struggle. I would say that this person is coming, because the truth is that in the workplace of the future or the workplace of today, you can't do something on your own. You have to mix, you have to relate, Now we are even relating outside of our organization. There is no one that is an island. In fact, if I have a tool while interviewing people and I spot that kind of person, I will not hire that kind of person. I will not hire that kind of person. So, but what I'm saying in essence is that if you have such kind of a person, it's really going to do a lot of harm to himself or herself. But one of the best ways to help this person is to let this person come to the level of awareness that, hey, I have this kind of issues, this struggle that I'm always battling with myself, because this person his value will conflict between his, you will see a situation where this person will say that I hold this personal value, and his actions does not, his actions, and behavior, will not conform to that kind of personal values. This kind of person, you will be seeing a lot of emotional flip-flop from what, almost every time. You'll be anxious. This person will feel a lot of fear, will feel a lot of guilt. These are some of the things. But like I said, awareness, because there's no way you become self-aware without also tilting towards becoming aware of other and knowing how to manage relationship. So if this person can come to a state of awareness, he can overcome this issue of intrapersonal conflict.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Any other person? Yeah. Yeah. Esther, let's hear from you, please. Yeah, let's hear from you. Let's hear from you. Amabel, do you want to ask your question or any other question? It's time already.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Gloria.
Okay. So I wanted you to talk more on positive conflict, because personally, I don't think there's anything positive in conflict. Thank you, sir.
Oh, no. So that's the thing. We need to, maybe we probably need to go back to the way we define conflict, right? Conflict is just perceived difference in interest or opinion. From the word conflicting. So it's not about fight. Sometimes, so like I said, like the case study that we shared about Ellen and Adedoyin, it's not that they were fighting, but there was just a conflicting interest and the things that they want to do. And that's why we established the definition that conflict is about perceived difference in interest or opinion. So take, for example, now, husband and wife. Husband says that, oh, I want 2 kids. And the wife says, I want 3 kids. That's a conflicting interest. That's a conflict already. But we are now saying that it becomes positive when you have 2 adults, they've agreed that, they've shared that, but they are now saying that, oh, okay, let's come to a conclusion. You want 2, you want 3. We need to work more. We need to improve on ourselves. We need to build more skills. So you can see that that skill and that conflict that they have, difference in opinion or interest, is now making them more. They're saying, oh, fine, you want to have 2, you want to have 3, maybe we'll go for 3. But if we are going for 3, we need to increase our earning power. We need to build on more skills. We need to save. That is a positive conflict. But if it's a negative conflict when we are now fighting to say, you want 2, I want 3, you are not serious. You know, you don't. That is a negative conflict. So conflict, don't see it as something bad, but it's just a difference in opinion or interest. But what comes out of that conflict is what makes it either positive or negative. I don't know if that is clear.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Any other one? I think we have actually exceeded time. 3 minutes.
I have one.
Oh, okay. Justin Wachuku and who else? Wachuku John. So quickly ask your question.
Thank you very much for
Please, I also have a question.
Okay, I really enjoyed it.
Okay, Doris and John. Yeah.
Okay. I raised my hand. You are not calling me.
Oh, that's Bolanle Abi.
Yes.
Okay, so Bolanle, Doris, and John. 3 people now. No more question. If you have any other question, so let's quickly ask our question.
Okay, so lower.
Okay, should I go first?
Yes, go first, John. Make it short.
Thank you very much for everything you said. They are timely and they are very, very helpful. Now, my question is, how do you handle a subtle conflict? Subtle conflict, it says that you have been given a task by a very superior officer, maybe a permanent secretary. But what he wants to achieve and what you believe is the right thing to do, both of you have conflicting views, and you know that his own view is wrong, but he doesn't want to listen to your view. How do you handle that kind of? And he's asking you perform, and you know that if you do what he wants you to do, you'll be going in the wrong direction. How do you handle that kind of conflict?
So if I understand you very well, you work in a public sector organization,
yes,
right? So now it's always difficult, though. Honestly, it's always difficult, because if you do otherwise, the way things work in a public sector organization, it's very hierarchical. When you find yourself in an hierarchical culture, it's always very difficult. It's always a very difficult one because they can make life difficult for that person when you have a different view from your PEMSEC. If your PEMSEC is such that is someone who is open to ideas, of course, this again boils down to understanding people. Is someone who is open to ideas, you need to probably walk up to him or her and say that, oh, sir, this is what my thought. But if your thought is not welcome, please keep it to yourself. If your thought and ideas are not welcome, please keep it to yourself because it can be held and used against you.
Exactly.
I've seen several instances whereby people are kept on a level for years and nothing will happen. Except you are that kind of person that your performance is very, even if your performance, because at the end of the day, as long as that person is there, they can keep the person on that level for years without anybody asking. If it's in a private setting, now you can decide to leave, you can decide to move on. But if you want to pursue your career, you have to, play a lot of politics and dance to the tune of your PEMSEC. Any other question?
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Oh yeah, let's hear from you.
Okay.
Bolanle, right?
Good day, sir.
Okay.
My question is, talking about these conflicts in a public sector, where your boss is only the one dominating the, decisions that, at a meeting where everybody, sitting to bring their own opinion for the growth of the organization. But the boss, she already has her own, decision that this is what I will do. But, throwing it to the floor that everybody should talk. And when people talk, decision of other people at the end of the meeting, she will not use it. She will not take it. It's only her own decision that she will put down, and she said everybody should follow her, whatever she has said. So what should, and this thing is bringing conflict in the office, that other staff, they will not be able to do anything that they give them to do. They will say, I have to run. At the end of it, our boss have taken everything, and the work that's supposed to be given to us, he has given it to our secretary or to our own staff that are working under her. So what should be, can you tell me
what should you do?
Yes.
What should you do in that kind of situation? Similar to what I said to John, if it's something that you can, if your boss is open, because again, we've seen that a lot of leaders, they have, in fact, the higher you go, the more blind spots that you have, the more you become less self-aware. She may not see all these things the way you are seeing it. So if you happen to be with your boss, maybe in a jovial time, in a jovial moment, maybe there's a team bonding exercise, or you found a situation whereby she's happy, you can discuss this in a very approachable way. And there's a particular way you go about it that, madam, I've noticed something which I'd like to talk about. But the moment you feel that she's not that kind of person, and she doesn't want to entertain that kind of feedback, please keep this feedback to yourself and play along. But a moment you notice that, one, she's open to feedback, two, she's in her best mood, and she probably asking you questions, and don't do it openly. Do not do it openly. I warn again, do not do it openly. Leaders don't want feedback.
Yes, like what you said, several times like that, when she's happy, I've gone to her to go and tell her that why she's doing this. This is how we're supposed to do this work. And she's, taking all the work away from all the staff and giving it to her own staff there. That is not proper. But because that in the future, these people that you are taking job from them, they will not be able to do the work. I've gone to her several times, personally talked to her, but she's still on her own. So I left it to her. So when people are complaining, I don't talk. I just leave them. That's what your boss wants. So do it for her as she wants. If she didn't give you the work, then you people go and sit down. So when she's tired of doing it, I think she will bring it back to you. Like my own, that's it. I leave her to her opinion.
Yeah, since we have mentioned it, I think that's fine. It's left for her to change, but you just have to be able to manage the relationship. Yeah.
Yes,
okay, so please, can I ask my question now? This is Doris from Abuja.
I have the scenario also.
Yeah, please go ahead. And I think that's the last question. That's the last question.
Let's take this last.
My answer has been up by very long.
This is Doris, so.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, Doris, please go ahead.
Yes, so my question is like there are two in one. First of all, how do you handle a boss who doesn't,
this session, please, the last one,
who doesn't see anything good coming from you, and she tells you to your face, like she says, can anything good come out of this one? She tells you to your face. And to me, I feel like the boss telling a subordinate that kind of thing is really demoralizing. And to be honest with you, she made that comment sometime in 2006. And truly, that comment really made me have like low self, I don't know, it made me lose my confidence. That is one. Secondly, this same boss.
Speak up, we can't hear you well.
Okay, I said, how do you handle a boss who says, who tells you to your face that can anything good come out of this person? Like she tells you to your face. And personally, that thing affected me because she told me sometime in 2006, and it was later, it took me time to overcome those words she told me to my face. That is one. Secondly, a senior colleague, when I got a job in 2008, a senior colleague once told me that she was doing something wrongly. Well, I felt it was wrong. So I said,
Auntie Billy, this is wrong. She said, I beg, keep quiet, Joe. We've been doing this even before you were born. And truly, she did it her way. And to me, it was not right. So when you meet such bosses, please, how do you handle them? Thank you very much.
Okay, so yeah,
So
so just
can I
want to
jump in?
round up. So first of all, I must empathize with that kind of comment coming from your manager, who is probably supposed to be a parent, right? Yeah, I mean, that was the height of it. Saying that can anything come from it? Just imagine a parent saying that to, you know, to the kid or something. So, but again, there's something that I will say, and this thing should, you should ruminate over it over and over again. The truth is that anybody can say anything about you, but what do you believe about yourself? Someone can say that, oh, Adedoyin is too proud or is stupid. But if you go back to ask yourself, are you proud and are you stupid? Someone saying that, oh, can anything come from this one? Truly, did you accept it? So people, because it's based on his opinion, but truly, is that who you are? Is that kind of person you are? So I'm just saying that a lot of people will still say more things. But the truth is that if you continue to believe and accept all these things that people say about you, definitely one will not end up at that level where one is supposed to be. So one person's opinion is not enough for me to, you know, to dampen my spirit. I'm just saying that you need to go back and begin. So you need a lot of self-awareness. You need a lot of self-healing. You need to go back and begin to look at the skills that you have. Maybe this person was just referring to a particular context and now generalizing it, you know. Then on the other part, a manager saying before you were born, you know, again, it shows the kind of culture where you were, maybe at that moment. That can only happen in an hierarchical culture, an organization whereby hierarchy, age is something that they promote, level is something that they promote, whereby when you say something, they will look down on you. Please keep quiet. What are you saying? When did you join? When did you start working? So if you find yourself in that kind of culture and you know that it's not in line with your values, please and please, we probably may begin to look for where we'll be valued. Because the truth is that in an organization like that, there's nothing that you can say, it will still come out. You know? But if you know that your values, your personality, and all of that does not conform to that kind of culture, you may, you know, because the truth is that you can't change those people. You can only change yourself. And the only way you can change yourself is to look elsewhere. So that's what I would say in that case. So thank you, everyone. Back to the organizer of this session. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the details. Thank you for the information. Thank you for the commitment and the style with which you communicated, because that's part of what is important when it comes to conflict management. You know, like I always tell people, conflict is even rhetorical, because what you say as conflict somewhere is not conflict somewhere. Like I have people from one particular area in the West, when they greet, they curse. Someone can say, yalla, yeah, but they are playing. So if you're not careful, you think they are fighting, whereas they're just greeting, they're just playing. So it has to start with you. So how you see what happens around you that you call conflict depends on it depends on the parties involved. Maybe whoever is initiating it and whoever is receiving it. Because sometimes perception counts what is conflict, what is not conflict. So, and before we now get to how to resolve it, I want to submit here today that what he had shared in summary is that you need to first understand the scenario. You need to understand it, because sometimes the intent counts. Like the last statement the lady made there and said, somebody said that we have been doing this thing for over 30 years. I'm sure we all know age is not a number, but because of the situation, it's an organization. Somebody somewhere will respect that person's authority over you. So you've got to know how to manage it. You are the one that can make it not to be a conflict. You are the one that can see that from you must not allow it to become a conflict from your end, because you have the interest of the organization. You have that matter, that situation, that scenario. You have it in your hand. You want to make sure that it does not melt and become something else and be messy. So we've got to see something in the right perspective first, so that you don't know how to respond. Like you said earlier, you have to know how to respond and not to react. Reaction blows things out of proportion. Response um, 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 explains better and bring out points that can be considered here and there rather than just going out of proportion. All right, who would like to go continue on this? Thank you once again, facilitator. We want to plead with you all that are present. Please, we're going to go up. We're going to allow you have about 15 minutes. We're going to start exactly by 1:30. I think it's about 12 minutes now. Please, I was meant to understand that while you are learning, we've got to have some time to pull up. So for that 12-15 minutes, please, if you have been sitting, stretch yourself a bit. If you have been lying down, stand up a bit, move around your house, your office, or wherever you are, and we'll be back exactly by 1:35. 1:35. Secretariat, permit me. 1:35. Yes, somebody say you want tea break. Go ahead, have your tea break, please. 1:35, we'll be back. Is that okay? If you understand me and you're okay, say yes.
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 Yes, but what of attendance?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Attendance.
Yes.
Good.
I've been waiting for me to say these things. All right. We'll continue the next by 1:35. We'll come back live. Thank you very much.
Yes.
The program
Thank
is
you,
good.
sir.
Thank you.
The program is good. The program is good. Yes. Daniel speaking.
Yeah, good afternoon once again. Hello, good afternoon. Can somebody unmute and let me know?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Secretariat, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you 100%, sir.
Okay. Are we good to go now?
Yes, sir, we are good to go.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good afternoon. And I want to welcome you again to this session. I'm sure everyone can hear me loud and clear. Participant, please, if you can hear me, can you type in OK, please? If you can hear me, type in OK in this chat box, please. I want to, let's see your OK. Just type in OK. All right, thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Tayo, thank you. Patience, thank you. Oladipo Shola, thank you. Wapele, thank you. Dr. Idahosa, thank you. Ezeadua, thank you. Joshua, thank you. All right, without taking time, without much ado, my name once again is Gideon Olubile. I am privileged to be your anchor person for this workshop. And we had a nice time from yesterday evening, this morning, earlier up to early this afternoon. And now we had our tea break, and now we're coming back to the last session for this afternoon before we come back in the evening. All right. Without taking time, we're going to go straight into the business of the day. We have another speaker that will be coming up to facilitate. His name is Mr. Abdurazak Abioye. I love what I'm reading about him. Let me give you his profile. That's a senior, not only a senior resume writer with over decades of experience, but he's also a remarkable individual driven by a genuine desire to make a positive impact in people's lives. Born and raised in Lagos, Nigeria, Abdurazak, successful entrepreneur and expertise in resume writing, began during his university years at Ladoke, Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso, where he obtained Bachelor of Technology in Pure and Applied Chemistry. This led him to start his freelance career on platforms like Fiverr, where he showcased his skills in article writing, ghostwriting, and blog management. However, his ambition reached beyond freelance work. In 2010, Abdurazak joined Junior Cihrm International, Nigeria, LAUTECH, seeking personal development and leadership opportunity. All right, let me just jump to something that will interest you. In 2023, he also obtained certification to train project management. Abdurazak's commitment to making a difference extends beyond the realm of JCI. He has always had a passion for positively impacting people's lives, which led him to establish A3 Tech Limited, where he currently serves as the director. A3 Tech Limited specializes in gadgets, overseas procurement, CV to resume writing, copywriting services, and digital optimization. On this note, to take us to the next 1 hour thereabout, help me, join me as I welcome also to take the stage and to take us on today in this workshop organized by Chartered Institute of Human Resource Management. Today being the second day and the third now, we're running it now, session, Mr. Abdurazak Abioye Amo. Please help me celebrate him as he take over from me. Mr. Abdurazak, you're welcome, sir.
Oh, thank you very much for the warm introduction, Mr. Olubile. I really appreciate that. It's a great opportunity for me to be here to share one or two about my experience. And before I go into the training as a whole, I was scheduled for 1 hour 30 minutes because the goal of this training is for everyone to be able to craft a wonderful and an amazing resume. So please let's note that 1 hour 30 minutes. Thank you very much. During my undergraduate days, when I spoke with my father, he actually thought I could not sustain myself in the freelance route, but the story has changed today. So without further ado, please, I would like to see your emoji if you are currently online. Just use your favorite emoji. Let me see, or you can just send into the chat box. Okay, thank you very much. Okoyemi, thank you very much. Mr. Gabriel, thank you. Mrs. Candy, thank you. When I joined the meeting, I met over 300 participants during the previous session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please keep it coming. Okay, I'm trying to share my screen. Please, do I have permission to share my screen?
Secretariat, please give him permission to co-host, please.
Okay, please let me know if you can see my screen now.
Yeah, we can see your screen here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So what we'll be diving into today is mastering the resume design. The goal is to create an impactful resume, which and every one of us has passed through in one way or the other. Why am I a resume writer? It's not because people cannot actually design actual resume by themselves, but basically people are really busy that they are overwhelmed with probably their job responsibilities and family activities that they don't even have time to sit down to do this. And that's why some of them have to reach out to people like us to help them create this resume. And how is it easy for us to create that resume when we are not working with them in offices? This and many more you are going to learn in today's session. So what you will be learning today is you are going to basically understand the difference between resume and a CV. And mind you, we can use them interchangeably because in some countries in Europe, this same resume we call here, they call it CV. Even in Nigerian, basically, we use CV, send me your CV. And if somebody actually tells me to send him my CV, if I send him like a 5 to 6, 7 page, I'm very sure that person is not going to read it. You'll be like, what are you sending me? What he is actually asking for is a resume. You also learn how to create an ATS compliant resume. You know, the technology is really moving fast with the speed of light. Then HRs are also evolving all around the world. The days of manually reviewing over 1,000 resumes is gone. Is gone. You also learn how to write a compelling cover letter. And if time permits us, I'll be taking you through some basic LinkedIn optimization and thank you notes that will put you on the edge of other applicants. Please let me know if you can hear me. Let me see your reaction, please. If you can hear me. Yes, okay, thank you very much. I hope you can still see my slide. Okay, thank you very much. So moving forward, what are the major difference between a resume and a CV? What are the major difference, please? Can anyone just give us what he or she actually understand? There is no right or wrong answer. Just say your mind. Okay. I have Mrs. Grace. Please, can you unmute yourself and just tell us what you feel? Okay, in the absence, let's have Mr. Olatunji. Okay, I believe probably they are frying plantain in the kitchen. Okay, Mr. Sonny, you are having your hands up. Do you want to tell us something that differentiates a resume and a CV?
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, good afternoon.
Yeah, this is Olatunji Omalade.
Okay, let's have you. Let's have you.
All right. With my recent understanding, before now, I used to believe that CV and resume are the same thing. But recently, I came to realize that, with a little research, that resume is basically about some work experience, which should not be more than 2 pages as much. One CV can contain more information than that of resume. But in this part of the world, in Nigeria, basically, we use the two interchangeably. We can say resume in some cases, and of course, be referring to CV. But I've come to realize that resume is basically about one's working experience, which shouldn't be more than 2 pages as much, while CV can be more than 2 pages, containing more information than that of resume.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Olatunji. So I just want to ask you a rhetorical question. What about if you have over 2 decades of experience? You said see, a resume is about your experience and it should not be more than 2 pages. You know, if
Okay,
you have
in
over
that case,
two okay, I'm with you.
in that case, I believe the most recent work experience, if having 20 years experience, one will not have to detail everything. But the most recent, maybe the last 2 or 3 experience or the last 4 experience would be included in the resume and not
Okay,
20 years.
Thank you very much. You are very correct. You are very correct. But you still learn some other things as we go on, because in a case of resume, we can have a case whereby your accomplishments are profound, and you need to include your accomplishments. So for some levels of professionals, there are some exception to that 2 page. So just let's move on. Thank you very much. So on my slide here, you can see resume is actually, as all of you have said in the chat board, is a summary of the CV. Resume is a brief of your experience. You all mentioned it, but majorly a resume actually highlights a person's skills, experience, qualification, and education. And it is usually not more than 2 pages for professionals, while for a recent graduate whose experience are limited can maintain a page resume. But when we are talking about a page resume, your resume being a page doesn't guarantee that it is going to be ATS compliant, which means it is going to be passed by the software recruiters now use to screen resume before they manually check them. So majorly, what most people use to apply for a job that we call CV in this part of the world is a resume. Is a resume. While a CV is a comprehensive document, it's very detailed. One of the things I always tell my participants in any training is this: one platform you can use for your CV is your LinkedIn profile. Your LinkedIn can be as comprehensive as you want. If they want more information about you, they can go to your LinkedIn and check it up. And majorly, it is actually used in academic sector. Probably you are a lecturer, or you are trying to do a research, you are doing your PhD, you want to apply for PhD abroad and the likes. You have to list your academic experience. It has to be detailed. A minimum CV will has 5 pages. On the minimum, that the person is so good at summarizing everything and is not making the CV to be worthy. Because when some people start talking about their publications alone in the academic sector, when they start talking about their publications alone, you can have a page of recent publications within 3 months, and it will be almost a page. So tell me, how are you going to fit that into a 2-page? It's not going to work. It's not going to work. In this training, we'll be using a resume and CV interchangeably. So we are talking about a CV. If you hear me say resume or in some slide I say CV, we are still saying the same thing. So what do you understand by ATS? Because in the course objective, I said we'll be looking into ATS, compliant to craft ATS compliance resume. What do you understand by ATS? I will not be calling Mr. Latunji again. Please, let's have another person.
The slides are not moving.
The slides are not
Okay,
moving.
yes. Oh. Okay, should I send it to, is the secretariat here? Probably maybe I should send it. I don't know why. So what are you seeing now? What are you seeing now?
That's the first page, mastering resume design.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay. Okay.
You can click on the slideshow.
Okay, let me. Okay. Slides. What about now?
Nothing yet. It's just saying. Okay, it's come up now, but still the first page.
Still the first page.
Yeah, it's showing now better. Number 3, the slide 3 now is showing.
Okay.
It has moved now. It has changed.
Thank you.
It's showing. Okay, thank you. You were saying I should click on slideshow on the Zoom.
I think we should.
It's like you jump the number 2.
Is that slide 4?
Okay, now.
Slide 2.
Okay. Okay, can you see what is on my screen now?
Yes, slide 3.
Yeah, what is on my screen?
That's slide 3.
And curriculum vitae.
You can directly click on the page 2 there, and it will show instead of waiting for it to use your cursor to move it. You can, yes.
Oh, that's better now.
Okay, what about now?
Yeah.
You're still on slide 3.
Turn
You
back
can.
slide 3.
Okay, what about now?
Much better.
Yeah,
Yes.
go to 4.
Okay.
Much better.
Go back to 2.
Go back to 2.
Okay.
I think this is slide 4.
This is slide 4. Go back to 2.
Yeah, so that we can have the objective as well.
Okay. Okay, can you see the slide 2 now?
Okay, this is slide 2 now.
Okay,
Yeah,
probably I'm going to send this to the sec. Okay, good. Can you see that now?
Yeah, good now. Yeah, good. Yeah,
Okay,
good
thank
now.
you very much. Good. Thank you very much. This is wonderful. Okay, so we already talked about the difference between a resume and a CV, but in some part of the world, they use them interchangeably. So if they ask for your CV, you can also send them your resume. If they ask for your resume, you can send them your CV, the one we call CV here, which is a summary of your experience and highlights of your skills and your educational background. It doesn't have to be too wordy. It doesn't have to be too much. It has to be brief and concise. Why? It's highlighting your experience and accomplishments in that industry. So what do you understand by ATS? Don't let me give you guys a expo. Anybody?
Applicant tracking system.
It's like, yeah, okay. Well, so I'm not
It is a
surprised.
software
Some of you.
used by employers and the recruiters to manage their.
Okay, that's wonderful. You know, when we are talking about ATS, this is practically a software used by recruiters to streamline the employment process. Please kindly mute yourself if you're not speaking. Thank you. So basically, ATS is a software recruiters use to streamline the process of employment. Yes, you are correct. It's a resume scanning software. You are very, very correct. So for example, imagine two people in the HR department and they have to oversee 1,000 applications. I bet you within 1 week, if they are doing it manually, they would not finish the application. They would not finish the application. So on my slide 4 here, so basically what we have here is it explains how the process of the ATS goes. Please, can you see my slide clearly? I'm trying to zoom in so that you can see very well. So now the step one is when you go to the internet, probably on LinkedIn, and you find a job that suits you, that you are qualified to apply for, then you submit application. When you submit that application, it's not like the HR is going to see that application immediately, especially if you are applying to Fortune 500 companies that use this software. The HR is not going to see it. You just submit the application. That's your step one. The process whereby you put your name and they said, okay, upload your CV or resume. Then they tell you to also write your cover letter. Probably if you have drafted it already, just copy and paste it there. And they ask for other requirements. Then the step two, then the ATS will sort it. Okay, Mr. Laide has applied. Does he have the required skills that are in this job description? Then it will start sorting and it will start scoring them. Okay, the skill section, Mr. Laide have 10 skills of the skills required for this post. He has 10 marks, while Mr. Jide has just 5 skills. If he's sending if the ATS is passing Mr. Jide's the first candidate's resume first, it will be passing the one that has 5 of the skills required second. Then the review, which is the step 3. The review, this is where the application is being sorted before it is then passed to the HR assessment. Then after the HR sees, then they read it. Okay, is this person okay? Well, this is nice. He was able to make over 200 million sales when he was with Alapola Bank. I don't use the bank's name. Okay, this is good. Then they'll give you a call. Okay, Mr. Are you available for interview on so date? Yes, I'm available. And it is this same place that the person is either in this people don't understand is this. As a freelancer, when we send out proposal and we get rejected, we are happy. The reason why we're always happy is because it means somebody is reading our proposal. It's different from not getting any response. So sometimes when you apply for jobs and you get a rejection, you should take it as a positive result, because it gives you the information that your resume got to the HR table, your resume was read, but probably the position has been filled or so. We'll still get to that, what to do when you get that kind of rejection, because there are ways to handle rejections like that. This chart just explains how the ATS software works in short. So I'm showing you an example of ATS compliant resume. You don't have to be this format. There is no one format, but there is a certain structure. The ATS is programmed. I had experience to learn basic programming. And one thing every programmer always do is to make sure their code is as short as possible so that there will be no lagging when the software is being used. So there is a structured process that this software use to scan this resume. So this one I did for somebody in Florida. Please, is the screen clear enough? Okay, please, can you see my screen? The sample resume I'm sharing.
Yes, please. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this is what a standard structure of an ATS compliance resume look like? Moving forward to the benefits you get from an ATS compliance resume. One of the major benefits is when other people are applying for a job, it's easier for you to get past the initial screening. Like out of the 3 process, you already passed 1 the moment your resume is ATS compliance. And most of the ATS resume, they can easily be read within a glance. Within 1 glance, they can say, okay, they want this candidate. Sometimes I always tell people, sometimes they don't read your experience. Some of them just go to the skills section and, okay, does he has these required skills? And before you know it, they are calling you for interview. They don't, sometimes, most of the times, they don't read the full resume. They just look for what they need, what is going to help the organization. It might even be your accomplishment. For executive resumes, they look at the accomplishment, okay, nice. We want this guy to repeat this kind of thing in this company. So ATS compliance resumes are always optimized with keyword, and the formatting will improve searchability. For example, if your resume is uploaded to your LinkedIn profile, it will be easier for you to apply for a job. Even automatically, the LinkedIn algorithm will bring jobs that are in tune to your resume. Tips for compliance, tips to get your resume to be ATS compliant. Use a simple, clean, and easy to read format. Don't do any design on anything. Even if you're a graphic designer, even if you're a UI UX designer, as long as you want to submit application online, the only reason why you could do this, all these fine graphical resume is when you are taking it to the HR directly, when you are sending it to their inbox. The last time I saw, I didn't even remember the last time I saw a graphic resume. It has been very long. It is very a long time ago. So just do something that is easy to read. Within 30 seconds, the person will finish reading the 2 pages. If you are going to use a summary, make it clear and concise within 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines, and ensure that there are some keywords in your summary. Use appropriate heading. Don't go and say, for example, some people use objective for a resume. Just put it as summary. Put it as summary, because when programmers are programming this software, they try as much as possible to make their lines of code short, and it's what the recruiter gives them that they program there. Okay, we want the software to check the summary for this and that, and use appropriate keyword and phrases. That's why it is important to review the job listing very well. There will be a lot of information, but on every job listing, they will actually tell you these are your responsibilities. But trust me, your responsibilities are not limited to what is actually pasted online. So let's quickly do a task. This is a job description I copied from LinkedIn. I want us to review it in the next 30 seconds, and just tell me the keywords you can identify. You can type in the comment section. Let me know the keywords you can identify in the job description. Okay. Recruiting our staff. I can see some very smart people here. They are, wow, that's amazing. Collaborate. Thank you very much. This is wonderful. Recruiting and staffing. So now, one of the mistakes we actually also do, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. You guys are wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, keep it coming, keep it coming. Employee relation, recruitment, management, compliance. That is wonderful. Now, thank you very much. see all the you see all the keyword you've mentioned here. There is a way you are going to incorporate it into your resume or CV. You can list them as skills, or you can even list them as a responsibility in your job description. For example, somebody mentioned recruiting and staffing. You can say that you oversaw the recruitment of 100 workers within the first 3 months you joined ABC company. It's already in your job description that you oversaw the recruitment. So, and they need recruitment and staffing. Okay, another one is this. When we talk about performance management, it's like, okay, you collaborated with the sales teams to achieve the regional sales goals in the year 2024, quarter four. Things are like that. It's easier. Or for the compliance and policy development, you ensure that all policy, probably is a food processing company you are for, you ensure that all food processing policies are being followed strictly, because when you are talking about the food industries and some else in the health industry, compliance is very, very key. So for every keyword you mentioned, I see here in the chat, but it's correct. It's correct. It's correct. Thank you very much. So let's move into the business of the day, which is crafting an impactful resume. Now, I believe before we move forward, you actually understand applicant tracking system. Just give me a yes in the text box. Yes, thank you very much. Somebody is saying very true. I'm so good at HR keyword. Yes, that's actually your job. So I don't expect anything less. Even you might not even mention recruiting in your skill section, but your job, virtually your job roles will be revolving around recruitment and AI. It's wonderful. So you easily pass the ATS software easily. Before you can craft a resume, you need to understand that there are some mandatory sections that, please don't rename it anything. It is summary. If you are putting professional, you are just probably like mincing word. Experience is experience, because if you had the opportunity to see the back end of the ATS, you see that these things are short. Summary is summary, skills is skills, education is education, experience is experience, no more. So because the software will take microseconds to process over thousands of resume. So they don't want the coding to be too large. So resume mandatory section is contact details. We all know that for you, before you can even apply for a job, even as fact that your name is on the resume, they will still ask for your contact details again, which is very, because that's how they can reach you easily, call you for interview, and probably ask requests from some other information. Summary, you'll be surprised to hear this. I don't know if anybody has heard it before. Summary is not compulsory. Has anyone heard this before? Summary is not compulsory in your resume. Summary is not compulsory in your resume. Anybody? Never had it before. Yes, it's not compulsory in your resume, because number one is it takes space. But the basic reason why we use summary in resume is to optimize it for the ATS. So if I'm doing an executive level resume now, I don't put summary, because some of them, their accomplishment alone is enough to win the employees' hearts. Okay, imagine somebody joining your company and within the first 3 months, you took your sales from $1,000 to $4,000 monthly. You struggle to make $1,000 in that company monthly, and the first 3 months you came, you were making $4,000. Any recruiting that is seeing that will be so happy. So Basically, the reason why it's resume is not compulsory is because it takes space. It takes your space. But we use it a lot to optimize the resume better for the ATS. Because in the summary, you'll be able to also mention some of your skills. Probably if you're an industry that you use a lot of software, probably bookkeeping, you can mention like maybe 3 of the software you use for bookkeeping in that industry. But it's going to take space. So if you have over a decade of experience, you can leave it and start your resume immediately after your contact detail. Just put your professional experience or experience as it may be. Skill, skills, skills is better to be used as skills. Area of expertise can also be used, but you will have problem in the ATS. Because now look at how many word area of expertise is and check skills. If you are programming this for people that has basic knowledge of programming, you will know that the code line for skills will be shorter than that of area of expertise. That's why they still with skills section. Okay, we want you to check the skills section if this person has this also skills. Experience, either experience or professional experience, you can use any one of the two. But to save your space and time, just use experience to make it concise. But because the goal is let the recruiter see your resume and read it within 30 seconds. 30 seconds. So you don't take much of your time. Then education, which is to tell them about your qualifications and the likes. While other sections, in these orders, do we have recent graduates here or undergraduates? If you have them here, you can rearrange these orders. If there's any graduate here, after your summary, you can actually bring your education there. Probably just finish your masters and you don't have a lot of experience. Bring it in and say you just finished your masters and you had your B Tech in so department. If you have a CGPA of 3.0 out of 5, you can list it there. It's not easy. It's not easy. So your education can come immediately after your summary if you are a recent graduate with minimal experience. So what that will show is that you are teachable. You can easily learn. You can join this industry. They can onboard you. They can train you, and you will be easily absorbed into the industry with no problem or complaint. So this is what your contact details should look like. For example, I'm from Ibadan. This is my postal code. If you send a mail here, it will be delivered to me, or I'll be notified that I have a mailbox. And your phone number should follow because that's one of the easiest way to reach out to you. Because in this part of the world, most of us we don't check our emails. We don't check our emails if it is not mandatory for us. How many people check our his or her email today here? Okay, can you hear me now, please? Wow, that's wonderful. Wow. I'm literally meeting a new set of people. That's wonderful. I guess it's because of your industry. That's why you guys are checking your email. An average Nigerian, you can agree with me that an average Nigerian really don't check their email. Please, if you have any question, please just write it down. At any break, you can ask me. Please, if somebody is asking me to please increase the volume. Can you hear me better now? Wow, that's one. It's because of your industry. I can tell you facts. It's because of your industry. It's because of your industry. An average Nigerian, it's because of your industry. Even the fact that we have notification, a lot of people we don't check our email. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. So, followed by your email. Now, don't go and use one funny email. I see a lot of resume when they come to me, even executive levels, use pretty. I'm sorry, I'm not attacking the lady gender. Please, don't come for me. pretty Sandra at yahoo.com. I was just like, and you're an executive level, I'm surprised. I have to request for some people to open a new email. Even before I work on the resume, they have to open a new email. Your email has to come in your full name, just as you see on my screen, like Amo Abdurazak at Outlook.com. Your two name has to be on your mail, full stop. If there's a situation whereby somebody is speaking that name, just add probably maybe the year you were born, 1980, then you can customize that. Then followed by your LinkedIn profile. Your LinkedIn profile should be followed if and only your LinkedIn is optimized and have a comprehensive details about your past experience of things you have done. Don't forget, don't forget. Yes, so it's WhatsApp. That's why people don't check their mail. Don't forget that when you are crafting your resume, you don't need to put date of birth. You don't need to put your religion. You don't need to put your sex or any other information apart from what you are seeing on my screen, except it is requested on the job listing. I did a resume for someone last 2 months, and they requested the person at insert all our qualification in our resume, even the cover letter in one document, then convert to PDF. The job listing required that because I really questioned her to send me the job listing, and I see it there. Then I followed the instruction. So if it is not listed, please, you don't have anything. You don't have anything doing your gender, religion. You don't have anything doing even your picture. Your picture should not be on your resume, please. It is only required in some places. In some countries, in the United Arab Emirates countries, it is required you have your passport picture, your portrait on your resume. And in some other places, international is required. But I have not come across any job listing in Nigerian that asks people to actually put their picture on their resume or CV, because they call you for interview. Even if it is not physical, virtually they will tell you to on your camera because they want to see you. So you don't need that. Don't use that to take space on your resume. For the aviation industry, it is requested. You can see now. That's why I said except it is requested. So if it is not requested, you don't need to put it. So that's why it's good to go over a job listing like twice, even before you send application. Okay, I was about sending a job application yesterday, and it was a remote job, and I already filled everything. And when I got to the bottom of the page, and I just saw that we only want people in Denver, in the United States, because all our team are located here. It's not that they can't work virtually, but they may have an emergency meeting that everybody have come in. So now, if I send that kind of application, there is a tendency I'll be rejected. And if I push further to know why I'm being rejected, it will be because of my location. So let's carefully go through job listing before we send application. The next is summary. Summary. Just take a look at what I have on my screen now. It's always good to quantify what you have done. I have done more than this number of resume in my entire career, but I didn't keep record. I didn't keep record. But it was my friend that told me in 2019 that said, "Bro, you have to start keeping record of this resume that you have done. You might need to talk about it one day, and if you call out the numbers, and people will be like, wow, how did you do it?" So that was when I started keeping record. When it was during COVID that the order was very high because people were home. Then people were, okay, this time that I'm home, let me do my resume. So in a week, sometimes we do more than 50. I have a team that will work together because I cannot do it alone. We do more than 50. a week. Sometimes it was during COVID was one of the most successful year for me because I don't have to go anywhere, wake up, go to the gym, pray, and start working with my team. And all my team were like all over Nigeria. None of them is even in my state of residence. None of them. So just take a look at this. Senior resume writer with extensive experience in crafting over 3,005 resume across various industries, including health, technology, real estate, marketing, human resources, and many more. I just limited it to that. I just limited it to that. I've even done for the judiciary system, even in the United States and Canada. Proven track record with 90% success rate in securing client interview. Now, most of the people I work with, I don't know why they don't like leaving recommendation. If you ask them to leave recommendation, they say they are not comfortable leaving a recommendation because they don't want the recruiter to know they get help with their resume. But in the actual sense, recruiters knows that a lot of people get help with their resume. Let me quickly share a story with you. Let me quickly share a story with you. Summary is not showing. Okay. Hey, I'm not going to. Let me just please just give me a minute. Let me send this slide to the secretariat so that he can present from his end. Just a moment. Please, secretariat. Please, I just send you the slide. If you can help us present, is loading. But let me know if you are seeing my screen now. Can you see the summary page now? Yes, okay, thank you very much. I sent it to the secretariat, so uh, when the moment I will let you know. Now, so what happened here is this: I had a client. She approached me on LinkedIn and said, "Okay, our resume is good, but she's not been getting interviewed and the likes." So I said, "Okay, what happened? Can I see your resume?" I noticed she's using a graphical resume representation, and she's applying for jobs on LinkedIn. Okay, I collected the resume and I told her, I see, the basic reason you are not getting job is because of the format your resume is taking. Now, this is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to change anything. I'm going to change the format, but your wordings will be exact the same way, except where necessary. And I did it for her, and she paid me. It was around 250 something dollar. And after that, she went. The next thing she came back. Then she said she's not happy with the job she's getting. She's getting interviewed, but the pay. I was like, you didn't even acknowledge that you've been seeing interview. You just came back that you are not satisfied with the interviews you are getting. Mine is to get you past the 8 years, which I have done. Now you are getting the interview. Now you are getting the interview, but you are telling me you don't like the job. This pay is not good. But eventually she got a job and she's happy with it. She's a research assistant. So when I spoke to her, she was like, since the day I submitted that resume for her, she saw it like it's too simple, but she just said, okay, let me use it. And since that day, she's been gotten interview. But because of the salary, she didn't accept anyone until she find the one that is suitable for her. Just calm down. We'll get to that. Resume reference is not compulsory except stated. Somebody saying resume without reference. Reference is not compulsory except requested. The job listing will request it. So you don't need to include it except, especially in the academic session, they will tell you to, okay, give us 3 references. They will just want to know if you have somebody working in that university. So it's working in that industry. So it is always good. Most people will tell you, okay, use one senior officer, use this, use that. So that Yoruba will say something like, okay, abereto lokundi, like if you misbehave, they can easily call your reference that, okay, Mr. So is misbehaving. please kindly talk to that person. Yes, like I said earlier, except it is requested on the job listing, please don't forget that. So now, the basic reason why I usually stand out among most of the people who do this is because when I started this resume, I practically studied the 8-year software, and it gives me an edge to optimize resume better. So if you have about a decade of experience or executive level, it is not compulsory to include summary. But we include summary, most of us include summary to optimize that resume for 8 years. Because when some executive level fill resume questionnaire, you are reading it, even you yourself, your head will sway like, wow. I did a resume last year for somebody, and the person has been getting job, executive level. He doesn't have any resume. How do you get job? He said based on referral. Like, he's in company A, his friend is in company B. The friend will say, okay, Mr. So in company A can do this, and they will call him for interview, and they will employ him, and he delivers results. When I sent resume questionnaire to him, and he filled out the resume questionnaire, it took like a week. And when he sent it, I was like, wow. And he just said, like, see, he has already gotten the job, but this company just wants him to have a resume for documentation purpose. Okay. He wants it within the 24 hours. I gave him my fee, and he said, okay, he paid, and I delivered the job wonderfully. NEPA, as good as they are then, they took lights. I rushed out. I took my cake, I go and buy fuel, and I on gen around 10 p.m. because I want to deliver that job that day. So people's experience, especially executive level, if you say you want to include summary, that resume will be going beyond 3 pages. 3 pages, 4 pages. So, and one of the lengths an executive resume can go is 3 pages. So, which means you have to pick vital information, accomplishments, how they turn around the companies, their skills. Majorly, removing the summary will give you more space. Even some resume writers will create a template for executive level. The margin to the both margin in the left hand side, you will hardly find a margin on the A4 paper, just because they want the resume to fit in not more than 2 pages. When you now look at the resume, you find it too wordy. This line spacing will be very small. So when you're looking at it, it's like too wordy. Even you will not find it interesting to read. So it's not compulsory, but it's necessary to optimize. It will give you more chance to optimize your resume, but note it will be taking more space. So if you have more results to show, you can remove it. Go into the accomplishment that you won the best sales manager for Kiniko real estate last year, 3 months in a row. Recruiters want to see results, because if you are joining them, they want you to add value to that company. The skill section, one of the major reasons for having a skill section is also for optimization purpose for 8 years, and to just show that, okay, the skills we require for this job, I have it. On LinkedIn, when you are trying to apply for a job, when you click on that job, if you go below, you will see a place whereby they will tell you that skills people applying for this job have. They will even tell you that you have 100% match skills for this job requirements. So the moment you show it, okay, even sometimes there are times you have to put your skills below. But the basic reason why it's good to be up, because some people just want to check the skills section. Okay, do you know how to prepare PowerPoint slide? Okay, good. Do you know how to use Excel software? Good. Do you know how to do this? Do you know how to do that? Then they are calling you for interview. if you are a recent graduate and you're on this training, your education can come first. If you have a CGP of 3 out of 5, especially if you have a first class, I always love that. You just brag with it. You bold it enough, like 4.50 out of 5.0 is enough. It's not like you are bragging, but what you are communicating is that fine, you are new to the industry, but within a short period of time, you learn the procedures, the process, how they do things in this industry. So for graduates here, and if you know your CGPA is below 3.0, below, just don't bother, just go and put it at the down. Go and put it where education is supposed to be. Now, you have to try and do some probably intern or volunteers to gather experience so that they will know that you have enough experience. By the time they look at your experience, like, wow, you have worked with this organization, you have worked with this organization, they will not even look at your education again that, your CGPA is 2.5. Before you know, they would have employed you. It is probably maybe you are at the C level. There are somebody who now say, so Oga Laide na 2.5 he carry. When we're in university, we had some lecturers that were surprised to see that they graduated with third class. And when they are lecturing us, we are always enjoying it like, no, you can't tell me anything. This one graduated with nothing less than a 2.1. To our surprise, they graduated with a third class. They had to go for postgraduate before going for MSc, then before venturing into lecturing. So make sure you follow that order. If your CGPA is below 3.0, let your C's come, then followed by experience, and take your education to the last place. So this is experience. This is an example of professional experience from my own resume. Now you have to make sure there is a different heading between the company name and your job role. As you can see here, I work remotely for Resume Revive in Florida since 2008. So I was not a senior resume writer when I joined the company. I was not a senior resume writer. You have to state it. Is it hybrid? Are you working remotely? So, because if I send this application and somebody see and I didn't put remotely, the person will be like, you are in Nigeria. How are you working with somebody in Florida? You have to be specified that it's remote. And one mistake most of I see in most Nigerian resumes is because some of them probably they lose count of the date they started working. They will just put 2018 to current. The first thing when you start putting that kind of date in 2018 to current, 2020 to 2019, then you are communicating to the recruiter that you are not good at documentation. Then you are hiding a gap. You are hiding a gap. That is very correct. You are very correct. Internship and volunteerism, they should just use it as their experience. That is exactly what I was saying earlier. So the moment you are hiding those dates, if you started in March, if you resume your work, you got your employment letter, please document the date in your journal so that by the time you want to prepare your resume, you will not be finding ways to hide those dates. So the moment I see 2020 to 2022, I know that you're hiding something. And by the time I talk to them, say, there was a time I was out of work for like 3 months. I went for a course. So I just say, okay, why not state it in that experience, that training, graduate training, that 3 months, put it there instead of trying to hide it. So be specific with your dating. Be specific with your dating. Okay, I started February 2018 presently. I said as just a resume writer then. There are also ways now that you can show these steps. Instead of me just putting senior resume writer, I could actually say, okay, senior resume writer 2019. Then I could come below it again and put it as resume writer 08 to 2019 till 2020. till 2020 when I was promoted to a senior resume writer. And so you can see the first experience. Please let there be space. Don't let it be too jam-packed for easy reading. You can see the second experience on this page now, which is A3 Tech Limited, which is hybrid in Oshogbo. It started May 2020. Hybrid bought about this, gave back, COVID gave back to this company because we are having a lot of orders, and glory to be to God, I was able to save some fund. So what am I going to do with this? The money can't just be in the bank and bank will be enjoying the profits with it. Okay, let's do something. And so that's how we came up with A3 Tech Limited, and three of us, we put money together and we kicked it off as an offline business before we had a physical location. It started May 2020. So if I don't have good memory or I didn't document everything, I would not be able to remember this day. I will not be able to remember this day. So make sure your experience is not jam-packed. You can easily read it when you convert it to a PDF. Let me know if you are still with me, or some people are frying plantain in the kitchen. There is no problem. You can actually say present or to current, just to tell, communicate to the HR that you are still working at this place. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow, my time is fast. We just start now. Now time don't finish. Okay, so let's move forward. For example, if your experience are not quantifiable, there are some industry that there are no numbers. There are ways to make your resume. You don't need to just go and find number from anywhere. Don't do that. Be genuine, be sincere. For example, look at this quantifiable experience now. Okay, please, let me just give you like 1 minute to read it, and I will ask my question. Please, are you seeing my screen? Quantifiable experience, slide 15. Good. Please, we have 1 minute to read it. Good. Please, if you are done reading it, let me know. I want to ask a question. Okay, thank you very much. That's wonderful. We are okay. Let me zoom it. Let me zoom it. Okay. Let me present it. Okay, what about now? What about now? Somebody should come and let me know. What about now? Hello? Please, another 1 minute to just read. I want to ask my questions now so that we can move forward. We are still going to, we still have like 10 plus slides to check. Okay, time is up. So tell me, when you read that experience, just wait after the training. Okay, when you read that experience, what was the thing that caught your eyes most first? When you read that experience, what was the thing that caught your eye? I'm literally answering some questions from the text board too. So somebody said, please, for current job role, what is the tense to use? You know, one of the things is this: you can actually use present or past tense. Now, because you can use present tense because these are the roles, just responsibility you keep doing day in and day out. And you can use past tense because you have done it in the past. But to allow uniformity, it's always good to use everything in the past, because virtually everything you have stated in the present, you have actually done it. We all went to work from Monday to Friday. So you have executed those job role. So for uniformity, just use the past tense most of the time. Oh my God, the lettering is too tiny. So let me thank you. God bless you. Somebody said 40,000, from 3,000 to 40,000. See, eh? Thank you very much. You can see this kind of person. I can tell you, the moment a recruiter holds that resume, he or she might not even read any other thing again. They will just invite him for interview. So it's really, really a quantifiable one. So even when I was speaking to the clients, it was like most of those quantifiable achievements, he stated it clearly, like he had it documented. It even some of his job role he has even forgotten. Like, but I know when I joined this company, I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that, I did this for them. So those are the things you should take note. Probably when you were given an award in your organization, take note of it in your journal, write it down. Why were you given that award? In this kind of person's resume, after the summary, it was his accomplishment that followed through, because his accomplishments were overwhelming that we have to pick like 6 recent ones to include. Education section. Now, education section, there is no one way to do this. You can put your education and certification in the same line section so as to maximize space. You can have, if you are going to have your, thank you very much, thank you very much. We are now in education section. Thank you very much. We are now in the education section. Good, thank you very much, Agu. So we're now in the education section. Now, if you have a master's degree, your most recent qualification has to come first. So if you are using education and certification, your education will come first, then you can leave a line space, then you can start listing your certification. I don't know if you are with me. For example, now, the highest academic qualification I have here is BSc in pure and applied chemistry. I have some other professional certification. This will come first. If I decide to list my certification, then I can put it below. But this subheading will be education and certification. So if you are a PhD holder and you have your PhD last year, your PhD is coming, followed by your master's, followed by your BSc. Note, you will see that I didn't put dates. If you are not a recent graduate, for example, like our mommies and daddy that finished in the 1992, 1991, if we are going to prepare your resume, the date is not compulsory yet. The only date that is compulsory is the recent qualification you had, probably which is your PhD you had like 2 years or 3 years ago. Or as a recent graduate, you just tell them, okay, you are recent graduate, you are a fresh graduate, you graduated 2023. Even if you are still doing your master's and you are sure that you are going to finish the master's November 2024, you can put it there, MSc November 2024. The moment recruiter sees, they understand that you'll be graduating that year. Like I said, note, your most recent qualification should come first in descending order. So the highest one will come first, followed by the next one, which is your MSc, followed by your BSc or BTech or MBA. You arrange them in descending order of the most recent and highest one qualification. display slide 16. Can you see slide 16 now?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
What about now?
Okay, yes,
Can
I
you
can
see
see it
slide
now.
16? Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
I just finished talking about slide 16.
I can see slide
So
15. I can see it.
okay, the next thing to do is how do you know if your resume is 8 years compliant? So let me quickly I want to share my screen and practicalize this to you. I will stop now and reshare my screen. Just hold on. Okay. I will share my entire screen now. Entire screen. So I want to do it. If you have a system with you, am I not allowed? I'm trying to share my entire window. Okay. Okay, good. So can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, what is the name you are saying? Okay, thank you very much. So now for you to know that okay. For you to know that if your resume is 8 years compliant, you have to open your resume in Word document. Word document. Now you navigate to the file section. Can you see me? Does anyone have laptop? Is or a laptop with?
Yes, yes.
Please, can you just also follow this step as I'm doing it? Good. Now open your resume to Word document. Good. Then you go to file. You come down to save as. You select your desired location, but I'll be saving this in my desktop. Then you come to save as type. Can you see now? So under this, you look for plain text. You see this plain text? Please, I need a response. I'm not on the chat page. Do you see this plain text that I'm?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then you click on save. Now it will give another pop-up. Just click on OK. Now let me now tell you the secret. If your resume is 8 years compliant, the plain text is going to follow this format. You can see career summary, accomplishment and award, skills, professional. It is going to follow.
Sir, please, can you come again? Sorry.
Now the plain text that we
I was
save.
opening my file. Yes.
Okay, good. Now you
please
go to file.
from the beginning. Stop distracting. You're asking too much questions. Stop distracting.
Now,
please, sir, take this process again. This process again, please.
Okay, I'm taking it again. I'm taking it again. Now, go to file. Go to file. You are at file now, I believe. Then you go to save as. When you click on save as, you select the destination you want. For me, I will save it on my desktop. Now there will be a pop-up. You are coming down to save as type. Then you click on it, you will see a lot of Word document, Word micro, Word template, PDF. No, you are coming to plain text. You see plain text. You click on it, then you click on save. Then another pop-up will come on your Word document as it is here. Just click on OK. You don't need to click any other thing. OK. Now, what I'm saying is we are going to open that plain text now. I'll go to my desktop and open that plain text. Your plain text has to follow this format. Your name has to come first. Your career summary has to come first. Your accomplishments follow as it is in your Word document. If there is any other arrangement, it is scattered, then that is how it is going to be in the 8 years. Please, are you with me? Now let's go to desktop and see what I saved. Just calm down. Okay, you can see that this file I'm clicking now, it has color sample there. So I'm going to open it. Please, can you see what I open now? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, good. Now, if you see now, you see that it follows that order. The contact dictates, the career summary, then accomplishments, then the skills, then the professional summary. You can see. I have gotten resumes that the moment I check them, the professional summary is at the top. That plain text that you are seeing, if you try and upload it on LinkedIn, it will not go. And the reason why it will not upload is because it's more like you want to inject a code into their back end. Even sending it as an attachment, it will not go. Because this plain text you are seeing, this notepad you are seeing, you can use it to write code. So this is how the ATS will produce your resume to the recruiter most of the time. And that's why they say it's best to submit your PDF format, except the recruiter. But there are some sites that is good that will ask you to send resume, like they will ask you to send it in plain text. It's not that you are going to upload this file. You just Control A and Control X, then you paste it in that box. So if they request for you to probably type your experience, this is what they are requesting, that you should type your resume here. It's not like they want you to start typing it. They just want you to copy something like this and put it there. Don't say you want to upload that file. Don't upload the plain text. It's more like you want to hack their website. They will not agree with you. So is anybody lacking that side? Are we good to go?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
I clicked on the save as, but I didn't see on plain text my laptop.
What Microsoft Word are you using? Oh yeah.
Hello. 13.
Hello. 13. I'm also using 13. It has to be there.
I'm using 10.
Maybe and it is there, right?
Me, I'm using 10. I can't find it.
Just on 13, it should be there. I don't have 10. I only have Microsoft 13 here.
Almi, please, can you mute the remaining people?
So the step is in the slide. I have sent it to the secretariat. Now, please remember, like I said, your resume must maintain the order in your Word document in plain text. Your contact details must be the first thing, followed by your summary. If you don't have summary, if you are a C-level, executive level resume, that you just start with your experience must come after your contact. If there is any disorderliness, it means your resume is not ATS compliant. Don't do any design. I know some of you are very good with MS Word and you want to do some design. Don't put any chart or any this thing, except you are submitting that resume to the HR directly. Then you can start doing all the graphical representation, chart and the likes. If you're a programmer, you want to let them know that you're a programmer. You are moving forward. Okay, so I already showed you this, so I don't think we need to show you again. So, I believe you all know how to do that now. So we're on slide 19 now. ATS compliant formatting tips. Like we said earlier, use clear and standard formats. I like to stick with Times New Roman. There are other clear formats in the Microsoft Word that you can use, as you know that it is readable. If you know that it is readable, please let me know if you can just. Can you see my slide now? I just need a yes from probably the moderator.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Thank you, Ben. So like I say, avoid using graphics or complex formatting. If you know you are going to send application online, don't use any, because you are very good. Because I had somebody that works with me that he used Microsoft Word to design book. He will design a colorful book for you on Microsoft Word. So if you are very good with Microsoft Word, please don't put all those things into place. If you know you are going to send application online, but if you know you are going to send application directly to the HR, you can use all those things. Then use the right subheading. Summary should be summary, skills should be skills, experience should be experience, education should be education, certification should be certification, whatever. You don't need to include your hobbies or the like, except it is requested. Then always use bullet points, because most of these ATS are programmed to read bullet points. They are programmed to read bullet points. So action verbs. This is very, very important in resume writing. I already saw somebody mentioning something about action verb. They are good because they are high impact word and convey your performance and achievements to your potential employee. It's always good to use them at the beginning of the bullet points, especially when you're trying to describe your job description. So please, let's have the list of action verbs you actually know. Just give me in the comment section. Somebody is asking what are the acceptable fonts and styles. I believe we've addressed that, Dr. Mike. I believe you addressed that. Don't use tabulation, Dr. Mike, please. Don't use tabulation, except you know you are going to send that resume directly to the HR. For example, now I know some of you here, you're already planning to japa. Please, all those practices we do in Nigeria, that you, because you send a resume directly to HR, the moment you japa, you are in well-developed nation. Please, you just stop it. If you cannot hire me, go and hire a resume writer close to you in that area. You will get value for your money. Trust me. So all those ones you apply for online. I have a friend in UK that went directly to the office that she wants to apply. They told her to go back home and go and apply online. I told her you don't need to go to the store to go and apply. No, most of them put their job listing online. So you apply online, then they will call you. So she was like, she really need her. Thank you very much, influence. Keep that proactive, improved, increased, monitored, etc. God bless you all. Thank you very much. This is wonderful. So I can see that evaluate, trained, maintained, orchestrated, developed. These are evaluated. These are things that will make recruiters want to speak with you as soon as we delegate. You see that delegate, it shows that you are a team player. Instead of writing team player on your skill section, you can also delegate 3 project tasks and ensure the proper execution of the project. There are a lot of ways to show that, okay, you're a team player. There are a lot of ways to show that you can actually work under pressure without saying you work under pressure. So I just did some minor, they are not limited to this. These are the action verbs you can actually use in, day out. I have a list on my PC that I actually use, that I'll actually go to and actually recheck time from time, especially when I'm preparing people's resume.
Please, can we get a resume prepared? Can you help us display a resume you prepared so that we can see it?
All the resume I've been showing this morning are the ones I prepared. Okay, just hold on. Let's go to the computer. I hope we get to the bonus section, Sha. Okay, can you see my screen now? Okay, like now, this Carlos resume is something I prepared. Now, you can see after the summary comes is
So we're not seeing it, sir.
No, we are not seeing anything. No.
We are not
What is going on? Okay, let me share my screen again.
Click on it. Kusha is there, but it's not coming up.
Okay, I guess it's my network. Please, you give me some extra time because I just want to make sure I finish your, because from my timing I have 9 minutes left. Can you see me now? Hello?
They're asking you to double click.
Double click.
Double click.
Can't see it.
Can you see it now?
Not yet, sir.
No,
Not
sir.
yet.
It's already. Oh my God, what's going on? Okay.
Because of time, can we move on
this.
with the slide?
It's blank. Can't see anything.
Yeah. Stop. I want to share my screen.
Let us continue. Time is going.
Okay, let me just
Okay,
try
you can
this
see
now.
now.
I'm sharing just
Instead
the
of wasting
resume.
time, you can add it to the material
Why
we are
not
sending to
add it to the
I'm
chat?
not seeing
The material in the chat.
Because of time, we can get this. We can get this material from the secretariat now.
Yes, so they should send it to us. So
Okay. One house, please. One house. Moderator, please kindly mute everybody.
Hello, one house. Please, you get it attached to you. We're going to send it to you. He will send it to attach to your mail, please. Let's go ahead. Pastor, please move ahead with your presentation. Please. Thank you.
okay, thank you, sir.
Moderator, Pastor, unmute yourself, please. Pastor, unmute yourself.
Okay. Thank you very much. I already spoke. I didn't know I was. So we are resume design software. There are so many resume design software, not limited to this. But the basic reason why I don't like using most of the resume design software is because most of this software have been coded before the advent of ATS. And most of them are not ATS compliant. And a lot of resume writers are actually making money with it. Like somebody said earlier, they always know when they use software. When one of my team members also used it, I caught him through that format I tell you to do, like save. The moment I save it and I just send it to him, that can you also read this resume? The moment it is not ATS compliant, the information will be scattered. It will be mixed up. So that's why I don't really advise using the software. But there are other platforms you can actually get ATS compliant formats, and you have to be creative with using them. Now, Adobe InDesign, if you are good with graphics design, you know the software. You have templates for resume design there. You put your picture and the likes, it will be colorful. If you are going to send it directly to the HR, it is good. Those kind of resume are good for the presentation to be displayed on the projector. Canvas is also good, basically for designing too. They are both similar, Canvas and Adobe, but Microsoft Word, they have wonderful templates. But what I always go with most is, if you are good with Microsoft Word, create your own template. You don't have to follow down my own line. I just use the line to sort of make decisions so that it will not be mixed. You can actually have it if you are good at spacing, you are very good at Microsoft, you can do your resume without all those lines and it will be ATS compliant. I was surprised when I discovered that Google Doc also has template for resume. But I'm not sure, I've not used it before, but I've seen it before when I was preparing the form and I just searched it and I saw that there is Google Doc as template for resume. You can also use that, but probably they might ask you to request for access, maybe pay a little one. But creating your own would give you a sense of fulfillment and you believe that, okay, you are the ownership of your own. So sometimes when I want to prepare another resume, I have to create a new template, a whole. I already know the format, so I just draw it out, draft it out on the A4 and I send it to somebody I know is very, very good at Microsoft Word, and they just give me the template and I keep using it. So let's move to cover letter. we are going to rush this. We all know that cover letter actually introduces you to your employer. So the basic reason cover letter matters is just to introduce you to your employer. Who are you? How do we know you? Then it allows you to highlight some of your personality and enthusiasm. So if you don't read about the job or the company, how do you want to show that you understand the company? It is in this cover letter that you can show this, and it highlights your qualification and achievements. They are key components of a cover letter, either contact information. I believe by now we all know the importance of the contact information. You have it on your cover letter. Then the opening paragraph, which will actually introduce you, tell you where you find the job, the company you are applying for, date and recipient details, the company you are sending to, add recipient name. If possible, if you know the HR manager on LinkedIn, you can see some people, they will say they are hiring. You can actually direct it to them. Then you can mention where you found the job listing. Body paragraph, it highlights relevant skills and experience, provides specific example of accomplishments. This will explain how you are going to add value to the company and connect your qualification to the job requirements. So if you are not qualified for the job, don't be applying for it. Closing paragraph, the closing paragraph has to have also a call to action, probably like you are hoping to hear from them as soon as possible and you're excited to join the company. So when you're having your cover letter, you have to be professional with it. They don't short form anything as we used to chat on WhatsApp. Please, you have to be professional and always mention that you are probably available for interview at the earliest. So it's not like you are applying for a job in Lagos and you are in Kaduna and you say you are available for an interview anytime. If they say you should come tomorrow morning and they are telling you 10 p.m. tonight, how do you want to make it? So be genuinely that okay, you'll be available for interview prior to notification, 48 hours notification. Then the company will understand. So what I have on my screen is probably a sample of one of my cover letter, which I wrote for Courtney, who was later employed as a healthcare consultant with Microsoft. I never knew Microsoft had an healthcare section. It was when she sent me the job listing that I found out. So in my pursuit of a new creative endeavor, I was excited to find the healthcare consultant opportunity with Microsoft on LinkedIn, but I didn't put that there. As a progressive professional, the therapy program experience, I believe that I can bring valuable contribution to your team. Now, it's telling the company that is going to add value to them. After introducing himself, the contact details I removed the contact details. So then the second paragraph is saying that identify innovative approach and improving solution to healthcare challenges, telling them what probably she has done and what she's capable of doing and the likes. Then I later talked about her when she was a surgical assistant, where her success in STEM have stemmed from essential skills, including wellness service and patient education. After the surgery, what she does, and she's also customer relationship is top notch and the like. So now she said, look at the last paragraph. For greater representation of my background and qualification, please review my attached resume. I am eager to speak with you and greatly appreciate your consideration. So in this kind of case, they might first call out to like, okay, when are you available for interview? Okay, are you available for physical or online? They might do a virtual interview for her and they will ask her to resume physically. So these are just tips for an impactful cover letter. Since you'll be getting the site, I quickly want us to do that LinkedIn basic optimization. Now, this is one of the things you do. When you send out an application, especially online, and you have access to the HR's email, after 1 week, if you don't hear any rejection or invitation, you can follow up. You can follow up with, okay, I would like to check on, I sent an application earlier and I didn't get any response. And just coin it. Be sincere about it that you would like to know has the position been filled or your application came in late, just to know what happened. Then you'll be surprised that they will tell that your application was never received. It's 8 years. That thing has really caused a lot of problems for people. So you can after a week or two. Now, what if you get a rejection? What if you get a rejection? You can still mail them and tell them, I would like to know what other candidate that were called for interview have that I don't have, so that I can actually acquire that skill and integrate it by the time I'm sending other applications out. They will tell you, recruiters will tell you, ask them why they didn't ask them why they reject your application. Ask them, they will tell you what other candidates possess that you didn't possess. They will tell you. LinkedIn optimization. So I hope my LinkedIn has loaded. Thank God. Okay, good. So there's no one way to do this LinkedIn optimization. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, yeah, we can see it.
Okay, I want us to quickly, please, if you are with your laptop or phone, you can actually log into your LinkedIn and go to log in on your LinkedIn. So I'll just be illustrating this. These are basic LinkedIn optimization. So I want us to do it together. When my profile opens, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, good. So I'll be sharing my screen again for I think Zoom doesn't want me to share my entire screen, just the windows. So one of the first thing, please, can you see my LinkedIn profile now? Yes, okay. Yes, thank you very much. So now if you can see, who here is logging to his or her LinkedIn profile? If you are logging to your LinkedIn profile, please just give me your favorite emoji in the chat box. Good, if you are logging now. So the first thing is you need a portrait picture that is going to show your face, that when people see you outside, they can easily recognize you. And we always advise that you should use something formal, something formal, something formal. You can use something like this, or you upload a new one. I have another one I can upload, but I'll still revert it back to this because the one I'm using is recently done. My network is a bit shitty. Apologies about that. Good. Okay. Picture is not this picture is not really good enough. So I'm going to cancel it. When you upload it, then you have the option to save. You have the option to save here. But I'm not saving anything. I'll just cancel it. So I think this one is better for me. I might change it anytime soon. Now, another thing you have to do is you have to come to public profile, please. Public profile. Public profile. If you look at your address bar here, you see that some of you, after your name, you have so many numbers. So many numbers. So now just click on public profile URL. You click on it, on this pen icon, then it will take you to another page that will say edit my public profile link. So you can see it. Then you click on this icon again. So now I have my LinkedIn slash Abdurazak Amao directly. I can still change it to probably Abioye Amao and save it. It makes you look more professional. So please, has anyone be able to do that? If you have been done, has anyone been able to do that? Please, if you have been able to do that, can I see? Yes, good. Thank you very much. Okay, dude. I mean, that's good. So now, if you another thing you can also do when you do that, you might not see the change until probably 24 hours. Until about 24 hours. Now, this cover page, let's go back. This cover page, you can actually ask someone to design for you, or you can get a picture online that actually shows what it does. So, for example, I'm using a picture that shows that okay, these are applicants sending application, and then they get called to interview. Just simply telling my viewers that okay, I help job seekers to get interview. Now, your headline, come to your headline, which is your profile section edit. What is wrong with my network? Oh, okay, Airtel. There are so many ways to do this. You can actually put the keywords in your field or what you actually do. I actually do all of this. I'm also an author. I publish on Amazon KDP for extra income and the likes. Or I can just cancel this and say, okay, I help job seekers get interviews by making help job seekers get their dream job with 8 years resumes, and I will save it. And you will be surprised that if they are searching for resume writer, it will bring my profile up. To bring my profile up, this is another thing. You can also use that other format I use. And LinkedIn has something now, which is LinkedIn AI that you can actually use to generate this. Uh, you can use to generate all these headlines or about. So let's come to the about us section. You can also tell your story here, as you have done. Or you can, if you are using LinkedIn Premium, you can get a suggestion. Be short about, be short with your description and just go straight to the point. And make sure you have a call to action word here. Feel free to contact me. I would be glad to be at your service. Save. If I'm using Premium now, this AI, there's a way it helps me to write it better. And you can also use Chat GPT, but the only problem is that most of us don't know how to use Chat GPT prompt. Another thing to optimize your profile is this. Since you are in the Human Resource Management uh, Association, anything that deals with human resource page, you can search them, join them, and give your contribution. You can give your contribution. It doesn't have to be locally, even internationally. Say your opinion. Whatever you say is right. It's only perception that makes somebody wrong. The only reason why we are having problem in our dear country is basically because of individual differences. I love white, you love blue. We have to understand that perception matters, but there is no one-way traffic. Like you just have to be your own idea. No, we all have to welcome perspective. Be sincere with your comments. Join groups and the like. Good, nice one, Mr. Friday. You already have it that way. That's good. That's nice. It means you are updated. Thank you very much. So now let's move forward to the last section, which is thank you notes. So most people actually don't. I'm not sure if people actually do it in this part of the country, but when I tell most of my Nigerian clients to do this, they just like, is it needed and the likes. Probably because they already have a recommendation and they are rest assured they are going to get the job. So thank you. It's just like showing gratitude after the interview. Like, okay, yeah, I appreciate you guys for calling me for the interview. Out of over 1,000 people, imagine 1,000 applications and 10 of you got called, and all of you did the interview, and only you sent a thank you note to the interview. Now, if you are sending a thank you note to the interviewer, you send it directly to the person that interviewed you. So I don't want to know, the person will surely the person will surely have a LinkedIn profile. You can send it to his or her DM. So this will actually put you on top of their mind. So by the time they are doing meeting and they are considering applicants, you first be the first choice. So let's quickly look at why you should send a thank you note after an interview. It shows appreciation, which is gratitude, that you really appreciate them for picking you for the interview. Reiterate interest. It also shows that you have interest in the company. I already explained this earlier now. It also shows that you have interest in the company. If you don't have interest in the company, if you are not like the people that say, okay, now only God knows, if they go pick us, they go pick us. You know, say Nigeria now, everything are connection. See, let me be sincere with you. There are jobs in Nigeria, and everything is not connection. But our work attitude as a country is very bad. Some of us will just go and do application for doing sake. If they pick me, they pick me. We are not really interested in the company. Like I recently had somebody denied his visa because you said you are going for a conference in the US. You don't even know the theme of the conference. So it's just like saying you have interest of the company and they asked you that what year was the company found. I started looking. You didn't even visit their website. You didn't read about them, or you are writing a statement of purpose. So it shows you, it retrains your interest in the company and it makes you stand out. If they interview 50 people today, especially averagely in Nigeria, you guys can testify. How many thank you notes have you received? In the I'm in the comment section. How many thank you notes have you received? If you are in the recruitment department, please let me know. Few, none. Yeah, you can see that few. Yeah, maybe after many years, you can that few. Yeah, maybe after many years of experience. So it's always good and it's build relationship. Even if you were not later employed, that HR might even call you for another opportunity, and also addresses your concern that okay, you'll be ready anytime they want you for the interview. So let me just show you an example of the one I did. I didn't even remove the name. I forgot. Okay, so this is the example of a short one. A short one. This was he was applying for cloud architecture role at Amazon. So I didn't even know anything about cloud architecture, but thank God for the web gave me a lot of information. So you can see it's just okay. Opportunity like my gratitude for the opportunity to interview for the cloud architect role. I truly appreciate your time speaking with me and learning more about my skills and experience. Your thoughtful question and inside comment made our conversation engaging and enjoyable. I left feeling even more excited about possibly joining Amazon team. Your professionalism and warmth made me feel comfortable and confident throughout the interview. Thank you again for your time and consideration. I look forward to hearing from you soon and continuing our conversation. Simple, straight to the point. With this, I'm very sure if they don't employ this guy, if there's any other opportunity that's opening, they will mail them personally to come and apply for a list even before they send out the job listing. I've worked for two friends. The friend is actually wants to apply for a VP role in the same company, while she's telling our own friend to apply for her position. It was so funny. I have to prepare their two resume, but I have to prepare one for VP role and I have to prepare one for the managerial role. And glory be to God, both of them have it. They already applied. The moment they list that job, the day they list that job is the day they applied, and both of them got the job. The friend got promoted, and the other got the managerial role. Oh, well, thank you very much. I sincerely want to thank the secretariat for giving me this opportunity to share my little knowledge. And I hope and one day I'll get a feedback that, oh, thank you for that training. I got a remote job in so company. I got a job in Lagos. I got a job in Abuja. Like I would say, keep applying, send application on LinkedIn, Indeed. You can check jobs in the major cities. If you are getting paid very well, you sure be able to live in any part of Nigeria. Thank you once again. I really appreciate you all. God bless you. The floor is open for questions. You're welcome. Please, the floor is open. Let me take one to.
All right. Thank you
Can we
very
take
much.
5 questions?
Thank you very much, my facilitator, please. I want to appreciate you for your time. Please listen to this question. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. The question says, can I have 2 or 3 different CVs or resume representing what I can do or what I have done? Can I have 2 different CVs or resume?
The simple answer is
That's the
this.
question.
The simple answer is this. For that question, can you have a resume, more than one resume for what you do? Let me tell you one thing. If you are a ghostwriter and you are going to apply for a ghostwriter job, your resume should be tailored for ghostwriting. So you can have more than 5 resume. For example, I'm an author. If I want to apply for a firm, a writing firm, my resume is going to be different entirely. I have to prepare a new resume tailored for that job. So the basic reason why you need this training is so that you will not be lazy to tailor your resume. And if you don't have time, probably you want to spend time with your family, you can pay me. I'll do the job. You can pay me, you can pay any resume writer, they will do the job fine for you. So anytime you want to apply for any new job, you have to retweak your resume. You will tweak it to suit that job. As long as you know you can actually prove your genuinity that you can actually do that.
All right. Thank you very much. Somebody says, another person says that, I need to have a way to put my resume in an international standard. I want you to elaborate on that international standard. Thank you.
The guy, international standard, the guide I just gave you now is what international standard means. Now, but you have to be careful when you're talking about international standard. Basically, most of the resumes I have worked on in my life is US, Canada, and UK. Sometimes I get referrals from UAE and the likes. I'm giving you the international standard as by the 8 years. I have done resumes for Nigerians too that I'm friends and family from that I get referrals within Nigerians that have traveled abroad, especially most people that wants to japa, that knows that I does this resume. They always come like, okay, please help me prepare resume for marketing, help me prepare resume for web design. I have somebody that does marketing. He's a professional marketing. He does web design too. He does web design and he's also an affiliate marketer. So before he traveled out, we did 3 resume before he traveled out. Now he has gotten a job. He traveled out 2 months ago and he has gotten a job. It's not this factory job. It's a job that he has to go home. He can go home and sleep peacefully. Not that he will go in the night. He's currently in the UK. So international standard is what I'm showing you right now. Everything I'm showing you, see all those names that I'm changing to sample. I'm protecting the names of this client because most of them, they don't really like, I don't know why, but they don't really feel comfortable letting people know that they get help for doing their resume.
All right. Thank you. Somebody is asking, what's the difference between technical and functional CV?
One of the things in this country is this technical and functional. Look at it. We just want to use English. We want to use it to scatter everything. That's just the sincerity. Functional CV or resume is what we are currently working on. So if you're not saying technical, probably because if you're a skilled labor, maybe you're a plumber and the like. But even plumbing, there are some companies, if you are a technical worker, they will ask for your resume. And this is what they want. They just want to see the past companies you have worked for. In the medical field now, there are some resumes that you need to include the name, phone number of your supervisors. Because after they review your resume, they will call all your supervisors to ask about you, either 2 or 3. That's another industry entirely. That's how it is done. They will call your supervisor, how was she when she was here? How did she do? How should she perform? So just stick to this format. You will see some resume that they will list skills, and after skills at the bottom of the resume they will say technical skills. Then they will bring in softwares they can use and the likes they can use. That's if you have enough space. If you don't have enough space, if you know that those software are required in the job listing, just put it under your skills so that your resume will not be too bulky to read. I hope that person understand that.
All right, thank you. I have another one. Difference between 1 minute so that I can
Different between
cover letter and motivation letter.
cover letter and nomination letter, right?
Motivation.
Motivation.
I'm surprised at that.
Well, to me, as you said, cover letter introduce you to the employer. Probably motivation letter is something that is going to enhance the the employee to want to interview and say, okay, probably maybe after you send the cover letter and just draft something like, okay, this is what I can do for the company again. Probably after you didn't get any response, it's more like a follow-up letter. If you are saying motivational letter, I'll put it as a follow-up letter. Like you applied since over 2 weeks now and you have not gotten any response. I can assure you of my skill sets. When I was with company, hey, I did this, I did that. When I was with company B, I was able to solve this problem they had already on ground. When I was company C, I was able to do this. So if that is what you are trying to say, it means follow-up letter. Follow-up letter. Even when a client reached out to me and he said he has been applying for a job, I didn't get a response. And I said, did he check the date of the listing? He said, yeah, that he even applied for one yesterday and he has not gotten a response. And I said, okay, wait, before I even do your resume, let me draft a follow-up letter to you. Then I sent the follow-up and he sent it. And unfortunately for him, they told him that the position has been filled. You know, there are laws governing those companies. They can't employ people without posting that job listing. So sometimes the position would have been filled inside. That's why you need back end. You have to know somebody in some organization again to let you know, okay, the application is coming out. This is the time. So by the time he sent his application, the position has been filled. So it's a follow-up letter. I personally would call it a follow-up letter. So another person can say it's a motivation letter.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Applause to you very much, our dear facilitator. I want to celebrate you for making today a beautiful one. I love that we are wrapping up with CV, resume, and all the like. And Mr. Abdulrazak Abiri, thank you very much for those far you have done. And for all the questions, you know what? We cannot take all. It's not possible. We are far behind time and we just have to go. And I want to celebrate you all for being there. Like the questions asked, some of you have sent the link, another link to you directly. Some of you have sent to the platform. You know, just scroll up. Don't let us be lazy. Scroll up, search for it there. You'll see it. I've sent it, I've copied and sent severally. Just fill it up there and we'll get it done with. I want to thank your good self, Mr. Abdulrazak. Thank you for putting it simply to be well understood. I can tell you that it's well understood. I am somebody that I say it the way it is, and no ambiguity in what you shared, no complications there. So just simple, and I think everybody present got you right. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for the details, and for everyone present, thank you for being a good audience. You did well, you participated well, you listened well, you contributed well. In fact, you asked questions well. So thank you very much. I think that tea break helped. You gave everybody more strength to fire back. So you are firing Mr. Abrazak with questions here and there, left, front, back, and center. So we appreciate you for all that. Thank you once, thank you twice, thank you a million times. Okay, we're going to be closing now, and I'm going to be coming back tomorrow for the last session. Now that will be tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening we're going to have the last session. Check your schedule for the workshop. You'll see it there. And tomorrow we might likely take some kind of rapport thing between us again tomorrow. After or maybe before the program or during the session, we'll try and see what to do to have some kind of rapport. All right. On behalf of Secretariat, please, any further information?
Not for now, sir. Not for now.
So we are closing for today until tomorrow evening.
Yes, see tomorrow evening.
All right. Thank you very much, Secretariat. Thank you very much, every participant. Thank you very much, our dear facilitator, Mr. Abdulrazak. Thank you very much. I appreciate every one of you. On behalf of the management and council of Charter Institute of Human Resource Management, I want to say, have a very beautiful evening. See you tomorrow. I remain yours, Gideon Olugbele. God bless you really good. Have a beautiful rest of the day. See you tomorrow. Bye.